consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the Pacific Northwest, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I will be taking you beyond the veil this evening. I'm joined, of course, by my lovely wife and co-pilot, Mrs. Gio.
Good evening, everyone. It feels so good to be back.
It does. It does. It's been a couple. We've had a few things. We are definitely heading in the right direction. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. It's all about restructuring, like you said, and also revamping and rekindling ourselves, because the last couple of months have been all about breaking down everything that used to be and then creating something more awesome and new. Of ourselves, not just of our environment, but ourselves as well.
Well, the environment had to break down as well. I mean, we've spent the last couple of months basically just restructuring our entire lives, building a new studio, and we rescheduled our guest, Robert W. Sullivan, a couple of times throughout the course of the last month, and I'm so glad that we're able to finally connect with him again this evening. Last time he was on the show, he was talking about this object and the history of the object, but he kind of left everything on a cliffhanger. So I'm looking forward to seeing, or hearing, I should say, what this object actually is. What do you think?
Oh, me too. And it's been so long that we're going to have to tell everybody all about it all over again. But I don't mind that at all, because he's such a fun person to have on the show. He's such a fun person to talk to. So
yes, I agree. We'll be bringing him on in about 3 minutes. But I wanted to take this opportunity to tell everybody thank you so much for all of your loving support, for your patience. I know many people have written emails and they've asked, hey, when are we going to get some new shows? What are you guys up to? And we're up to a lot. I have been hitting the gym pretty hard, restructuring my body, getting back into martial arts and things like that. And it's going to take a year to really progress and really see, the difference. But I'm really excited, and I've never felt better in my life. I'm asking myself, why didn't I do this sooner? I look back on the last 10 years and feel like, oh, well, I wasted the last 10 years, with just being on the computer. And a lot of people have been trying to get a hold of me and things like that. I have not wanted to be on the computer. I've wanted to go out into the matrix, into where there is life and other things like that.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
It's, I feel like it's been a lot of time wasted, but at the same time, I was talking to Joanna, one of our listeners, awesome person, about all of this, and she made the point that things have to happen in the right order in order for things to happen the way they're supposed to happen. And so this living inside of this reality is so weird that everything has to happen exactly when it's supposed to happen, or the whole thing gets messed up. So it could be the case where we had to go through those 10 years of relative inactivity in certain areas of our lives, and then whenever we were ready for it, the change came. Does that make sense?
It does. What's funny is that I've been speaking to a lot of people, and they have been telling me that they're also making some major changes in 2019. And now it's come to the point to where I'm not even surprised when somebody's like, yeah, I'm making this change and I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm moving. A friend of ours just called and said, hey, I lost my job. And I'm like, hey, that's part of the restructuring. Another friend called and said, hey, I just quit my job. I'm tired of doing what I'm doing. And I'm ready to get back in school and finish what I really want to do. So it's
awesome.
Pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
It is. So we're at about the 5-minute mark. I'm running everything manually this evening. So let's take a quick break, and on the other side, we'll have Robert W. Sullivan with us right here on Beyond the Veil.
If you have a golf ball size consciousness, when you read a book, you'll have a golf ball size understanding. When you look out, a golf ball size awareness. And when you wake up in the morning, a golf ball size wakefulness. But if you could expand that consciousness, then you read the book, more understanding. You look out, more awareness. And when you wake up, more wakefulness. It's consciousness. And there's an ocean of pure, vibrant consciousness inside each one of us. And it's right at the source and base of mind, right at the source of thought, and it's also at the source of all matter. This pure consciousness is called by modern physics the unified field, that allows any human being to dive within, experiencing subtler levels of mind and intellect, and transcend and experience this ocean of pure consciousness. It's at the base of all mind and all matter. And it's not the intellectual understanding of this field, but the experiencing of it that does everything. It's consciousness.
Greed has poisoned men's souls.
Either you're with us or you're with the enemy.
Has barricaded the world with hate.
We need to build a wall.
Has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed.
We came, we saw, we died.
The machinery that gives abundance has left us in want.
The Japanese government reported cooling problems at the Fukushima Daiichi plant.
Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind.
I pay taxes, bitch. That's why it's my problem.
We think too much and feel too little.
A study suggesting there's a surge in the amount of antipsychotic drugs prescribed to teens and young adults.
More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost.
A 90-year-old World War II veteran has been arrested in Florida for feeding homeless people.
The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and little children. Victims of a system that makes men torture.
We waterboarded, that helped us. We wiretapped without warrants, that helped us. We invaded a foreign country, that helped us.
To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people.
Dear traveler, the purpose of raw consciousness is never to destroy. It is always to create. Build bridges. Create happiness. And bring forth new life. We must live in the hope that mankind will draw together. And that we better understand each other. The more that we awaken, the easier this will become. Now rise. Follow your conductors. And fear no danger. As you step beyond the veil.
Before we get into it with Robert W. Sullivan, I wanted to say this too. 2019 is definitely about restructuring everything around us. And A little more restructuring than what I actually wanted, because I didn't tell anybody this, but over the last couple, I lost an entire hard, and I had every other drive backed up except for the external BTV drive. So I literally had to go through everything and recreate everything. Thank you to Nick Zervos real quick for making the overlay and the panels that you see up here on the screen. He also made the thumbnail graphics. I put together the videos and the bumper music and all of that, but I had to go back and recreate literally everything. And I remember when it happened, I thought to myself, you know, I wanted to restructure everything, but not this much.
But it turned out to be a good thing, though, because as we were recreating the studio, everything fell into place as far as the colors and the lighting. Everything is right alongside the banners and the, you know, all of the, you know, the pictures and everything. Everything matches now, and it's, I love it.
That is
I love
true.
the new setup.
That is true. It took a lot of trial and error to set everything up, but I'm glad that we are finally at this milestone and things are just going to continue to improve.
Definitely.
So without any further ado, let's bring on Robert W. Sullivan. In the third hour of the broadcast, what I wanted to get into is, you know, the typical Beyond the Veil stuff and talk more about the changes in 2019 and things like that. One of the big changes here is that we actually get to sit across from each other.
Yeah, which is awesome.
So, yeah, we can actually look at each other now, which is something that we've never in the 10 years of broadcasting been able to do.
It's awesome.
And the little
I love
twin,
this.
the little twin is looking really sexy tonight.
Aww, so are you.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't she cute?
I love you. You're so cute, too.
Yeah. It doesn't, the camera doesn't do it justice. Like, I wish you could see it here from my view right across the screen. So let's really donated $20. Thank you so much.
Thank you, really,
Love
really.
you, really. Let's get into it though, because I don't want to keep Robert waiting.
All right, definitely. Robert W. Sullivan IV is a philosopher, historian, antiquarian, jurist, theologian, writer, lawyer, and the best-selling author of the books The Royal Arch of Enoch, The Impact of Masonic Ritual, Philosophy, and Symbolism, and Cinema Symbolism, a guide to esoteric imagery in popular movies. Mr. Sullivan is a Freemason, having joined Amicable St. John's Lodge, number 25 in Baltimore, Maryland. In 1997, he became a 32nd degree Master of the Royal Secret Scottish Rite Mason in 1999. Valley of Baltimore, Orient of Maryland. A lifelong Marylander, he resides in Baltimore. And we are so glad to have him back on the broadcast once again. Thank you, Robert, for joining us. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, thank you guys for having me on Beyond the Veil. It's a pleasure to be here and look forward to it. Yeah, it's I think the last time I was on, I think was November, and I know Cherie wasn't there that day. So no, it's good to be back with both of you. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for joining us for sure. Her shoulder surgery has gone fantastic.
Yes.
She's healing up really nice. She took the sling off and she's been back on the ball. So
yeah,
it's awesome to see. Now, Robert, last time we had you on, you talked about this object, and I have been thinking about this object ever since. I know it's been, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks or something like that since you talked about that object that's sitting right behind you, and it's just teasing the audience right now. But can you give us a recap of what that object is and actually go into the history as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It's down here on the floor right now. I'll bring it up in a minute. This was, I've had it for a few years now, and it usually sits behind me on the mantle. And I think that's where you saw it. And it's a really interesting object. It's sort of like a dark artifact almost. I'll bring it up and I'll get into what it is. I sent you some pictures also, I think earlier today. Well, I know I did. And you could put those on the screen or maybe work them into the video after it's edited or whatever. But here it is. Let's see here. See if I can't bring it up. Here it is. Here's the top of it. There's the guy. And I'll set him here while I'm going over this. Let's see here. Make sure he's on the screen. Don't know how well you can see it or not. Maybe it's big. It's kind of tall. It's probably around 14, 15 inches. But anyway, what this is it's a ceramic statue of a mythological figure known as the Tonton Maku. And if you're not familiar with what that is, it's a Haitian bogeyman. And what this thing does is it's this character. He's a man, and he's a boogeyman. And what he does is he runs around the countryside in Haiti, and he collects children, naughty children, And the idea is he takes the children back to like hell or wherever, and he eventually cannibalizes them. And I don't know if you can see the name Tonton Maku means Uncle Gunny Sack, for his sack. And I don't know if you can see it here, but he's got right here on his side a little bag of children who are crying.
Oh, is that what it is?
What that is?
I have the picture up on the screen right now. I don't know if you can see the video coming back to you, but
That's so creepy.
it's so clear on the picture, but I don't know what it is. I didn't know what it is until now. So it's a bag of children.
Yeah, he's got a bag of children. He's got two of them, and he's got one on his back also with children in it.
And this is Hillary Clinton?
No. This is, the guy's name is it's Tonton Maku. And here's another one. Like he's got the bag of children right here, and he's got another one on his other side. And it's actually marked right here. It says Tonton Maku with the question mark exclamation point. It's big. It's about, I don't know, 14, 15 inches. But what makes this object kind of very unique is, and I don't know how well you know Haitian history, is when Francois Duvalier came to power, he was sort of a very military dictator. He dressed in black. He modeled his rule of Haiti after a Haitian god known as the Baron Samedi, who is the Lord of the Dead, essentially. Lao of the Dead is what Baron Samedi is called. And at any rate, to kind of play on this voodoo theme, he named his what you would call his paramilitary guard the Tonton Maku. So it has a double meaning. It's also not only is it the Haitian boogeyman, it's also the name of Duvalier's sort of death squads, the voodoo death squads. These are the guys who would tie you up in public, set you on fire, things like that. I mean, it's very, very nasty. And this particular item belonged to the guy who ran the Tonton Maku. It was a guy named Luckner Cambron. So this is right from the Tonton. It's the Tonton Maku, straight from the Tonton Maku headquarters in Haiti. So it's a pretty dark item. It kind of looks, when you see it, it kind of looks innocuous. But when you see what this guy's doing with the children and things, it's a pretty dark item, to say the least. I've had it for a while now, and it just sits on the mantle behind me. But certainly interesting, to say the least.
It is, for sure. And Haiti has a lot of history, and it's funny because, you know, I don't want to get too political here, but Haiti, obviously, I made the joke about Hillary Clinton without even making this connection until just now. But there's a whole controversy about the children being stolen from Haiti. Laura Silsby.
Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe it's not Hillary Clinton. Maybe it's Laura Silsby.
Laura Silsby, all that. She's running Alert Sense, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to get into that, but there's definitely a strong connection there with snatching children from Haiti. However, what I'm really thinking about, Robert, is the movie The Serpent and the Rainbow. I know you get into cinema symbolism. We haven't talked about that one. Are you familiar with that one? And can we get into that?
Yeah, I've seen the movie. I've never analyzed it from a symbolic standpoint. It's been a while since I've seen it. I certainly can discuss it with you. But yeah, that's the movie to look at. If you want to see the Tonton Maku in action, that's the movie, is The Serpent and the Rainbow with Duvalier. I believe that movie takes place under his son. When Francois Duvalier died, who's Papa Doc, his son took over, who was Jean-Claude. His name was Baby Doc, was his nickname. And I believe that takes place under the rule of Baby Doc Duvalier. But absolutely, no, that's a great movie. And yeah, if you want to see the Tonton Maku in action, that's the movie to look at. I was about to say to you, you hit the nail right on the head. I was going to say, if you ever want to see, the closest movie I can think of that has the Tonton Maku in it is The Serpent and the Rainbow.
Really? I didn't pick it up when I saw the film. For the audience that hasn't seen it, it really resonates with me personally, because on the show we talk a lot about sacred plants, ayahuasca, things like that. And the very opening scene is the main character going down to the Amazon, drinking ayahuasca. He sees the jaguar. The jaguar becomes his spirit animal, and he's actually working for a pharmaceutical company, and he's looking for different types of herbs to use. And he travels down to Haiti because he hears about this zombie this zombie powder that they create down there, and he's looking for this powder to use as an anesthesia. And the pharmaceutical company wants to use it as an anesthesia,
of course they do.
It's similar to scopolamine,
Yeah.
because down in the Amazon, scopolamine is said to be a zombie type of powder, and a pretty girl will walk down the street, blow it in your face, and then for 24 hours, you're completely under their control, and you start emptying out your bank account and doing things like that. And they use scopolamine in anesthesia now. So there's a lot of truth to the film, but he gets down there and he finds this zombie powder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a very good movie, and the Bill Pullman character, when he gets down there and he's looking for the zombie powder, the story about zombification, it's this drug, it's this herb that has to be made, and they get into it about how. I mean, it's really like a secret recipe. I mean, they have to do all sorts of things. So it has to be done, I think, at the full moon. And they have to use, that part of the powder is human body parts, like, ground up bones and things like that. And I think the Haiti government catches on to what he's doing, and they don't like it. And he's eventually terrorized. Well, at any rate, the guy who terrorizes him is, an agent of the Tauntaun Maku. That's stated in the movie. So, yeah, absolutely. If you ever are interested in Haiti voodoo and the Tauntaun Maku and Duvalier, that is without question the movie to watch. It's a great movie. I've always liked that one.
Well, this character that you have up on your screen right now,
here it is.
Yeah, this
the
demon, the Tauntaun Maku. He reminds me a lot of Krampus.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Similar. How are they similar, and how do they differ?
That's right. I was about to. It's a comparative religion, almost studying religion. It is. It's exactly right. It's a Krampus style. It's funny you mentioned that, because in cinema symbolism too, I actually make the comparison of the Tauntaun Maku boogeyman to Krampus. You made the right comparison. Absolutely, it's a study of comparative mythology, with the whole idea of Krampus coming out on I think it's December 5th is Krampusnacht. To terrorize the evil children, and this is its equivalent in Haiti. Is the Tauntaun Maku, Uncle Gunnysack, who terrorizes the evil children, and depending on what legend you read, he takes them to hell or he cannibalizes them. So absolutely, great pickup there. Definitely a Krampus like figure, no doubt.
Well, Robert, last time we were on the show, I didn't even spot this object. I thought you were referring to the devil object that's behind you.
That's the lamp.
Does that have any history, or is this the item that you were referring to?
No, the lamp. They both sit on the mantle. The lamp is behind me over my. Let's see. I'm trying to think what's over my shoulder, and that's. I'm trying to think. If you want to see a close up of that in the photo I sent you of myself, that's where you could see that. That's a lamp of the devil. I've had that for a little while now. That came out of a thrift shop in Massachusetts. I just saw it at a thrift shop and I liked it, and I put there it is. That's the About the Author photo of me from A Pact with the Devil. And when I bought it, it works. I put a red light bulb in it for the obvious reason. It had a white light bulb in it, but I put the red light bulb in it, and I just had it. Just sits around on shelves or whatever. And when I was writing A Pact for the Devil and I was completing it, I wanted to incorporate that image into the About the Author photo. And I think I mentioned this last time, but I'll mention it again. Whenever you take these photos for the books, the About the Author photo, I mean, you always wind up taking more than one image. It always winds up, something's not right, or it's out of focus, or the flash didn't go off or something. I mean, this is routine. But when I did the Pact for the Devil cover, I was sitting there and I put the lamp there, and I took the one photo and I looked at it, I said, oh, that's it. That's perfect. So I was able to incorporate the lamp into the About the Author photo, which I was really pleased with. You saw it there in the photo, and yeah, I mean, it's a neat piece. It's a very interesting lamp. I don't know its history, unlike the statue here next to me, but I'd say the lamp looks like it's probably from around 1920-ish. I would say off the top of my head. I believe it's marked that it was made in Mexico or South America. I'd have to go pull it down and look at it. It's a neat piece. A lot of times when you see objects featuring the devil or things like that. He's sort of comical. This is not the case. This has a very sinister expression. It's very, a sinister item. Has the real gothic, wings and things like that. And it's got the, spear, the pitchfork type spear. So interesting piece to say the least. That's still behind me. That's up on the mantle behind me right now.
I mean, it definitely is. It definitely is interesting, and it's creepy. I couldn't imagine having something like that around the house. Well, and then being a Freemason on top of that, there's a lot of conspiracies out there, Robert. You're not making a good case.
Exactly.
No, I bought the thing. I've had it for a while. Actually, I had it before I became a Freemason, and I just thought it was interesting. I just thought it was kind of, I've never had any sort of supernatural instances with it. I just thought it was interesting. I bought it back in the early 90s. And like I said, it just sits on a shelf. It's pretty innocuous. And I just kind of liked it. I just thought it was kind of gothic looking and kind of creepy. And I did like it. I've always been interested in things like that, I suppose.
It is a pretty cool pice, no doubt about that. And the way that it lights up, it just really adds the ambience and the creepy factor, too. It is pretty cool. I do have to say that.
Well, and coincidentally,
it's cool.
Well, coincidentally enough, it's funny that we're having you on the show tonight and you're talking about this because 2 days ago, the U.S. State Department actually put out a memo saying, do not go to Haiti. They're urging all Americans to leave Haiti and not go to Haiti right now because they have so much civil unrest and so much violence going on. They're protesting, tire burning. They're blocking the road. It's just crazy over there right now. Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't, but there's always civil unrest in that country. I mean, that was part of the reason why Duvalier had the Tonton Macoute was essentially to rule by fear. But no, it's definitely a troubled island. And
well, that was even in the film in Serpent and a Rainbow. There was a revolution taking place in an overthrowing of the government.
Right, they were getting rid of Baby Doc Duvalier in the movie. Francois died, I think it's 71, and his son took over, and the son just continued the reign. But people eventually got tired of it and tossed him out. He fled. He went to France. Where he lived in exile, and he died. I can't remember when, but he's dead also. I can't remember. I'm not a full expert on Haitian history, but it was taken over. But Haiti's one of those countries where there's always some sort of civil unrest or protest going on. Trump Island, to say the least.
Well, Pat Robertson, I don't know if you've heard about this, but he's basically come out and said, oh, well, the reason why they have so much unrest, the reason why they had the Haiti earthquake a few years ago was...
says a lot of bullshit.
I'm leading into something else.
Okay.
Just hold on. He said the reason why they have so much unrest and the reason why the Haiti earthquake happened is because they made a pact with the devil back in the 1800s.
Segue. I see what you did there.
And also Freemasonry is no stranger to revolution. And so what is your Freemasonic opinion on Haiti and all of this going on there and everything that's happened?
Well, I can give you a better one on Freemasonry with Haiti. Well, no, it is. It's a very dark island with the voodoo and all that. I mean, they really believe in all that. I mean, and if you research Francois Duvalier, I mean, his persona was modeled after this Lao of the Dead named Baron Samedi. If you've ever seen the James Bond movie Live and Let Die, that's the character who runs around with the skull makeup on. He's the guy who's sort of the Lord of the Dead. He's, incites fear, terror, things like that. And this is what Duvalier modeled his persona on, was Baron Samedi. Freemasonry hasn't been involved in revolution, but with regard to Haiti, it's the high degrees of Freemasonry, the Scottish Rite, the Rite of Perfection, that enters the United States through Haiti. The high degrees are transferred, to make a long story short, from France to Haiti. And they enter, I forget the guy's name. It's in the Royal Arch of Enoch book. I talk about it all over the place. The guy's name is escaping me right now. I just can't remember it. But the guy in Haiti is the guy who brings the Rite of Perfection into the United States from Haiti. It's what's his name?
That is interesting. I never made that connection.
I never did either.
But you're absolutely right, because the French went over there, took over Haiti, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah.
Yeah, the guy who's responsible. The name just hit me. It's Etienne Morin, who is the guy who gets the high degrees out of he gets them from France, takes them to Haiti, and then it's from Haiti that the Scottish Rite is eventually born. So there's a deep Masonic connection to Haiti as well. This is really the originator of the high degree system in the United States, especially the Scottish Rite. They come into the United States through this guy named Etienne Morin. Very, very interesting.
Wow. So if I remember correctly, the French branch of Freemasonry is the Scottish Rite, correct?
Well, right. The high degree system, the Blue Lodge the Blue Lodge originates in England in 1717. That's where it originally officially comes together, is where the Blue Lodge is. Now, I granted it existed in some form or fashion before that in England. There were Masonic guilds, things like that. But it officially comes together in 1717 in England. The high degree system comes out of Paris, France, years later. That is born out of something known as the oration of Chevalier Ramsay, who issues this oration to Masonic lodges, where he contests the origins of Freemasonry, where before in 1721 a Presbyterian minister named James Anderson gave this legendary history of the Masons, essentially taking it back to the biblical stone workers, things like that. Then you get into the English, the craft guilds running around Europe, building the cathedrals, things like that, the pyramids of Egypt. Ramsay comes along and he tweaks it. He says, no, that's somewhat wrong. He said Freemasonry comes from the Knights Templar. And you get this sort of incursion, this Roman Catholic incursion through Ramsay's oration. And it's Ramsay's oration that births the Rite of Perfection, which eventually becomes the Scottish Rite and has influence upon the York Rite as well.
Interesting. There was one thing you posted the other day on Facebook, Robert, that I wanted to ask you about. Cherie pointed it out. Aleister Crowley being a Freemason. To my understanding, he wasn't actually part of any regularly constituted lodge. He was part of several clandestine lodges, but he was never recognized by the Lodge of England. Can you go into Crowley here briefly? Because I want to segue into black magic, Crowley magic, and the connection to Haiti.
Well, right. Crowley belonged to a Masonic lodge in France that was not at the time recognized by the Grand Lodge of England. It has subsequently been recognized. So you can hold Crowley out as a Freemason. And certainly with all his workings, whether it be with the Golden Dawn or the OTO, this is all heavily influenced from the Masonic organization. Crowley would not have been Crowley but for Freemasonry. So you can hold Crowley out as a Freemason. I don't have a problem doing it. Like I said, the lodge he was a member of at the time was not recognized by the Grand Lodge, but it has subsequently been recognized. So he is essentially been retroactively been recognized as a Freemason, and he was involved with the Scottish Rite. And again, some people contest that because it was in Mexico and it didn't have a charter. I hold him out as a Freemason, but he's more remembered as a ceremonial magician, and his involvement with groups like the OTO and the Golden Dawn. That's where people really remember him from. But he was a Mason, and certainly it's important because without that Masonic, experience, you probably wouldn't have had Crowley being Crowley. I made the post. I know the post you're talking about, where it has to do with. I'm writing Cinema Symbolism 3 right now, and then one of the movies I'm taking on is the latest Suspiria movie, which is just overloaded with all sorts of witchcraft and black magical themes in it. It's an interesting movie. I've watched it a couple times now. I've seen the original from '77 loads of times. I've seen the new one a couple times now. When I first watched it, I was a little disappointed with it. But I've seen it a couple more times since that. I've liked it more the more times I've watched it. So if you haven't seen the latest Suspiria movie, by all means, check it out. That's a movie I'm taking on in the next cinema book, which will be Cinema Symbolism 3. I'm really working on that right now, and I'm really happy with the way that's coming out.
I can't wait because I know the first one and the second one were just absolutely amazing. We've discussed those in great depth in the previous shows that we've done. What other movies are you touching upon in the third book?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a whole chapter. I'm probably a little under halfway through it right now. I've been fully outlined, pretty much. I have a chapter called Gnostic Hollywood, and I'm going to be talking about a lot of the other Gnostic movies out there. You know, we always go back to movies like The Matrix, The Truman Show, or Fight Club. I'm going to really get into a lot of the other Gnostic films that Hollywood have put out that don't get as much airtime as those other three, such as Fritz Lang's Metropolis. I'm going to be talking about the movie by David Cronenberg called Existenz. That's an interesting Gnostic film. There's a lot in that became Ready Player One, which is another movie that I touch on. Wait,
I'm sorry. Let me jump in for a moment. Can you repeat that movie that became Ready Player One?
Existenz.
I need to watch that because I saw Ready Player One and it really resonated as to where we're heading in the future. So I need to see that. Can you tell us a little bit about that film?
Yeah, absolutely. Existenz is a David Cronenberg movie that came out in 1999, and it's the movie that sort of is the raw material that became Ready Player One. It's an interesting film. If you like Ready Player One, by all means, check out Existenz. It's a Gnostic movie in that it deals with the alternative reality that so many Gnostic movies do, and you'll find that also that element present in Ready Player One, of course. Existenz has to do with it's complex, has to do with a Gnostic teacher named Basilides, and the Gnostic thread is that the two main characters have essentially willed themselves into nothingness because they can no longer tell the difference between reality and the illusionary world of the video game. The video game in Existenz is you get this the video game port is this organic video game pod system. It's almost alive. It's very grotesque. It's very fleshy. It makes strange noises. And you plug this. You get this plug that gets into your lower spine called a bioport, and you plug this organic video game system into your lower spine, and you enter this virtual reality. But the problem is, in the movie, is you have no idea of what is the real world and what is the video game, assuming the real world even exists anymore. It's just this. It's one. You go into one false reality that gives you to another false reality that goes to another false reality, and you no longer can tell what's real and what isn't. And the two main characters in it, who are played by Jude Law and Jennifer Jason Leigh, the names are Ted Pikel and Allegra Geller, by the end of the movie have just willed themselves into this state of total ignorance and stupidity where they can no longer differentiate real from illusion. So it's a very Gnostic movie from that standpoint. If you liked Ready Player One, by all means, check out Existenz. It didn't get anywhere near the publicity, but if you watch it, you'll definitely understand where Ready Player One was coming from. So that's a movie that I'm taking on in the new book. And then movies like Dark City, which is sort of like the Matrix, the Lego movie, the first one. That's a very Gnostic movie. That's almost a remake of the Matrix. So we're going to be taking on those. I'm going to be doing some of the new Star Wars movies. I'm going to be doing a whole thing on some new horror movies. The new Suspiria movie, which I liked. I loved the latest Halloween film. That's very, very interesting. Lots going on inside that thing.
Well, before we get too far off track, I want to go back to this movie that you were referring to. We seem to have this recurring theme about being in a false reality, and I don't know how much of our work that you've kind of looked into, but through the use of sacred plants for the last 10 years, we've come to the conclusion that yes, this is a virtual reality simulation that we're living in. The Gnostic tales of Sophia, for example, or Sophia, however you want to pronounce it, is essentially an artificial intelligence, and as above, so below. The artificial intelligence that they're creating now, they named it Sophia. It's very strange how things are repeating, and all of this is coming out in these different films, as you mentioned, Dark City, Ready Player One, all of these other films, which brings me back to Freemasonry, the Grand Architect, and the idea that could the Grand Architect possibly be an artificial intelligence that created this virtual world?
Right. Well, whether the world is virtual or not is certainly obviously subject to debate. The Great Architect is, call it what you will. Suppose you can interpret it many ways. Some people associate it with a Gnostic demiurge type character, obviously an architect, so you can see that as well. Others associated with what the Gnostics would call the monad, which is the spiritual Godhead out there somewhere in the universe. So you can look at that as one of two ways. And either way, some of the critics of Freemasonry equate it to the demiurge, the fashioner, figure, Godhead, or deity, the lesser deity, with the term architect being present. I like to see it more of a spiritual figure. That's the way I would interpret it, as sort of a spiritual force more than anything else. But certainly it could be interpreted more than one way. And like I said, to the detractors of Freemasonry, you will I've heard that one before as well, as equating it to what the Gnostics would call the demiurge, the artificer of the universe. Certainly a anti-Masonic stance, but certainly or posture, but certainly one I've heard before.
I wasn't coming from an anti-Masonic perspective by any means. It's just dots that I've been connecting within my own consciousness and my own mind, and through the exploration of all of these plants, particularly the acacia. And it's amazing because we went to Egypt, we found the acacia motif all over the place. The acacia is a center point of Freemasonry as well. The acacia was the burning bush in the Bible. I mean, the acacia symbolism is there over and over and over and over again. And it seems as though if you want to connect with these energies that the Gnostics were referring to understand them, and even the Egyptian energies, you need to use the acacia in one form or another, whether it's through the focus on the acacia or the actual use in a tea form or some other form like that. It's just, it's really fascinating when you really think about how everything literally comes from the exact same story of a demiurge that has trapped us here, and our consciousness is continually trying to get out. The way I see Freemasonry is becoming the master of your own reality, becoming the architect of your own reality. Rather than playing the game, you become the architect of the game, or the architect of your own consciousness as you move through this game and this virtual world, and ultimately, in my opinion, to try to find a way out. Your thoughts on those ideas?
No. Yeah, I think your take on it's very accurate. The Gnostics, taught or practiced what you were essentially saying. They would have. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, and I definitely agree with your take on Freemasonry. That it can be a spiritual experience, an awakening experience. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I agree with that interpretation. And it's you've hit on something which is very prevalent in the Gnostic teachings, the Gnostic Gospels, is that there's really that the path forward, the spiritual path forward, lies within you. There's no one set way. So it could be for someone experimenting with psychotronic, drugs or something like that. It could be practicing a mystery school religion. It could be participating in a mystery school Freemasonic ritual. It could be, I'm just trying to think, practicing magic or sorcery. There was no one thing that the Gnostic. That's one question that no one really asked me. Is we get into Gnostic teachings and the demiurge and the archons, and how can you escape it and how can you bypass it? That's what the Gnostics were really into. But no one's ever asked me. It's like, well, what do you have to do this? And the answer is there's no one set way. What the Gnostics essentially taught was The answer is in yourself. Only you have that answer. So for what it may be for one person, it may not be for another. It could be practicing, like I said, magic or sorcery, or participating in a mystery school ritual or religion, or performing the Eucharist or something like that. You'll hear tales of that as well, that the practicing of the Eucharist, a Gnostic mass or a Christian style mass, was a spiritual liberating ritual that reconnected the spirit to this monad Godhead, bypassing the archons and the demiurge. So it was, or going through a Masonic ritual and receiving gnosis, being born again, dying in your old self and being resurrected. Think the Osirian mythology. So I think you're very much onto something here, and I totally agree with you. And like I said, really wasn't one thing. It was this whole, it was what was inside of you. You had the answer to it, essentially.
Yes, that's what I've discovered over and over and over again. And I've spoken to dozens of Masons, and I ask them, what does the G stand for? And it stands for something different to each person, whether it's God, geometry, great architect, grand architect. I mean, the list goes on. And what I found by studying Freemasonry is that it's really, it conforms to whatever is inside of you. It doesn't conform. Let me put it like this. It brings out what is already inside of you. So you are one of the only people, one of the only Freemasons that I've spoken to that goes into the Gnostic, that goes into the Egyptology. Well, I take that back. There are a few others as well, but it seems to be like people are just bringing out what's already inside of them and using the tools of Masonry to do so.
I totally agree. And I've said this before. I equate, and I talk about this in my book, I equate the 3 degrees of Masonry, the first 3 degrees of Entered Apprentice, Fellowcraft, Master Mason, as a Gnostic awakening. I mean, I think that's what their ultimate purpose is to awaken this divine spark in you, so you could find purpose in your life, and be, like you said, not to sound cliche or anything, like to be the master builder, to be the architect yourself, to create your own world, to affect positive change. That's the way I interpret it. And it's different for everybody, but I believe that that's really the sole purpose of the Masonic ritual, the Entered Apprentice degree, the Fellowcraft degree, and the Master Mason degree. You get into the high degrees, you definitely get into more of a what I would call a Kabbalistic essentia, where you enter into the realm of the godlike being, where the Mason, Gnostically awakened, now becomes a God figure himself. That's really the purpose of the high degree rituals. That is very blasphemous to many fundamentalist Christians. This was part of the crux of anti-Freemasonry, was this whole notion of becoming a godlike figure. And again, this is occurring. I don't want to beat a dead horse here. I know we've talked about this before. This occurs in the 13th degree, the Royal Arch of Enoch ceremony, where the tetragrammaton, the name of God, is recovered, and the candidate symbolically becomes godlike. Doesn't become God, but becomes godlike. That was really the idea behind that whole degree. And certainly within the context of the United States, it was attaining this degree that gave you this de facto warrant to rule, essentially. This is where a lot of the conspiracy chatter comes from. You had to obtain this degree to de facto rule over others, to become a mayor, a governor, a politician. And again, this was the heart and soul of the anti-Masonry of the 1820s. So no, but getting back to what you were saying, I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think Masonry is very Gnostic. I mean, it definitely incorporates elements of Judaism and Christianity and Islam. I don't dispute that. But I think at its core, it definitely is trying to spiritually awaken the candidate. And I believe that this is the esoteric purpose of the first 3 degrees of the Blue Lodge.
So let me ask you this, and I'm going to ask you this very vaguely, and if it's something you can't answer, please let me know. But there's a box, and the journey is to find out what is in the box. And my thoughts of what's inside of the box is your own divinity. What is inside of the box? Can you answer that?
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to right now.
Okay, fair enough. So let's change the subject to I've got so many thoughts going through my mind right now. Back to the origins of Freemasonry. You had mentioned the Knights Templar, but it seems like it goes back to Egypt, all the way back to that point. So did the Templars essentially adopt different types of teachings, mystery schools, or is this a creation of the Templars and maybe even Judaism as well?
Well, right. If you look at the Blue Lodge structure, it's, you know, it definitely involves, you know, the whole idea of the solar resurrected God-man type figure, but you will definitely find elements, you know, of the old mystery schools, of the Osirian mysteries, sun worship, if you want to call it, solar iconography is probably the better word to use. What Anderson says in 1721 is Masonry comes from these biblical stoneworkers building like the things like the Tower of Babel. It's handed down through the Egyptians with the pyramids. You'll find it with the European architects who are building the cathedrals, things like that. Ramsay comes along in I think it's 1837, excuse me, 1737, not 1837, and he gives his oration where he says that Masonry. He says, I don't have a problem with the, you know, operative side of things, with the construction of the temples and the, you know, the medieval Gothic cathedrals. He said, well, Masonry comes from the Knights Templar. And it was these Roman Catholic warrior monks who, while they were in the Holy Land on the Crusades, encountered these remnants of the old ancient mystery schools, whether it be, you know, Mithraism, Pythagoras, the Osirian cycle, the mysteries of Eleusis. And they brought these mystery school teachings back to Europe, and they incorporated them into their own, you know, cabal, into their own. They worked them into the Templar mythology, as it were, into the initiation rites into Templars, and that the Masons were born out of the Templars. When the Templars were exiled in 1307, this is when Masonry started popping up with the construction guilds, things like that. So. And they, you know, the Masonic rituals with the incorporation of the sun, the dying and resurrected solar God-man, you know, you'll find these elements again in the Osirian mystery school, the mysteries of Eleusis, you know, the whole idea of death and rebirth, think winter to spring almost. So you have definitely, you know, I mean, it's who you want to believe. I believe that clearly Masonry owes something to the Templars. What that particular thing is, that might have been lost to history. But I think that when you get, you know, it's from Ramsay's oration that you have the high degrees coming from. And when you start looking, like I said, at the Royal Arch of Enoch ceremonial, you know, when that ritual is being cultivated, it's being cultivated by the Jesuits. I mean, who are essentially a Knights Templar offspring. To make a long story incredibly short, and the original working of that ritual involves the Templars discovering this treasure on the Temple Mount. And I've talked about this on other shows. I've probably even talked about it here. Is you definitely begin to get the idea. It enters into your head that the Templars, that this ritual is trying to convey some lost yet legitimate history, that the Templars really did discover something on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. And whatever this sacred treasure was, they brought it back to Europe and did something with it, or were very beholden to it. And this could have been what got them into trouble. It probably had to do with, I mean, it could have been material wealth. I'm more akin to believe that it was essentially probably lost wisdom, Kabbalistic wisdom, probably knowledge of doctrines such as astrotheology, symbolism, Kabbalah, things of that nature. But whatever it was, they seem to have discovered something, and it seems to be this Royal Arch of Enoch ritual is trying to convey this to the people practicing it. But as you very well know, as often the case is, the true meaning is lost, and then we're just left with the ritual, but the true underlying meaning is lost. And it's up to us to try to rediscover it and put the pieces back together. And my personal belief is that the Royal Arch of Enoch ceremonial is trying to convey this lost yet legitimate history, that the Templars actually did discover something on the Temple Mount.
Well said. On that note, let's take a quick break. On the other side, Robert, I want to ask you about the tarot and the relation to masonry, if there's any. Cherie has been getting into tarot, and she's just amazing with it. But there's a couple of a couple of specifics from Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor that I want to get into and ask you about. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back in 2 minutes right here on Beyond the Veil.
Open the pod bay doors, please, Hal.
Am I interrupting? Thought you might be running low.
Pour yourself a glass, pal.
Thank you, but I'm afraid it would be wasted on me.
I think we wasted our time coming here, don't you?
Your question depends on me understanding what you hope to achieve by coming here.
What we hope to achieve was to meet our makers, get answers, why they even hit us in the first place.
Why do you think your people made me?
We made you because we could.
Can you imagine how disappointing it would be for you to hear the same thing from your creator? May I ask you something?
Please do.
How far would you go to get what you came all this way for? Your answers. What would you be willing to do?
Anything and everything.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers?
I want the truth!
I am the hub of the wheel, the origin of all life, the devourer of death.
Or maybe you're just hungry. Could it be as simple as that?
I made you, and I will unmake you if I become so inclined.
Oh, I see you now as you truly are. A cancer, a spooling parasite burrowed deep in the heart of this world.
Go now. Play out your pitiful rebellion and take your place among the destroyed, the used, and the damned. But know this. You are a puny creature, more fragile than you realize.
I wonder, Old One, did you truly resurrect me, or were you simply there when I awakened from my torment in the abyss?
My fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires as we travel upon the level of time to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to the place where once obtained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we have passed beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it. Robert W. Sullivan IV is our guest this evening, and we're talking about Freemasonry. We're talking about cinema symbolism, hidden mysteries, and much, much more. Cherie, you brought up an awesome point, so I don't want to get to the tarot just yet, because the point that you brought up during the break was just freaking amazing. Like, you're on fire tonight.
Okay, well, I think it was Inception that you were talking about, but you were talking about a movie where they put a... it's a video game movie where they put something in the base of the spine and then it puts you in the reality. Now, we have something like that in this reality called the Kundalini. And people say that it starts at the base of the spine and then travels upwards and during meditation or during very intense spiritual experiences. And I just thought that was interesting because we've surmised that the Kundalini is kind of the thing that keeps you trapped in this reality and makes it in where you can't tell that this is an actual matrix that we live in. What do you think about that? Oh,
yeah. Have you ever seen the film?
No, I haven't.
the movie's pretty gruesome about it. It's this they put this, it's like a plug that goes in your lower spine, and the video game unit is pretty repulsive. It's like this living organism. And the thing actually gets sick at one point. It gets like a virus and actually becomes ill. And it makes these strange noises, but it plugs into the lower spine. And this is how you access this video game, which is this virtual reality. And if you see the movie, it's reality upon reality upon reality, where the characters don't even know where they are anymore, and if the real world is even a reality anymore. So the whole idea of it being plugged into the lower spine, it hadn't occurred to me, but I think you're definitely onto something with that. With the lower spine, it's certainly interesting. If you watch the movie, it's pretty gruesome. It's kind of like, horrific. It's a good movie though. I really liked it. Well,
that goes back to some Crowleyan magic that I've heard of. I have to admit, I'm not familiar with Crowley. I've never read him. I've read bits and pieces here and there. I don't pay attention to what the Christians say about him, because the Christians always seem to want to keep you away from people that have wisdom, and so I don't pass judgment. But from my understanding, accessing the Kundalini has to do with what's the best way to sexual intercourse through the rear.
The root chakra.
The root chakra is the way that they call it. And so it's funny that you're mentioning plugging into the bottom of the spine going up, because that's very similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting. It has to do with, like, when you get into Crowley, it has to do with meditation and yoga a lot of times, and sex magic and things like that. It certainly can have multiple meanings. In the video game, in the movie, it's where this bioport is inserted. And it's like a plug is really what it is. And you plug this video game unit into it, which is like this living creature almost. The video game unit is this living organism, and it's pretty macabre. It's pretty disturbing. It's a good movie because you won't be able to determine what's real and what isn't, and neither can the characters. So it definitely has a decidedly Gnostic take on it. It's the Basilidian strain of movies. In fact, it's the only movie that I can think of, with the exception of the last Star Wars movie, that features the philosophy of Basilides, who is a Gnostic teacher. Everybody knows the other two. Everybody knows Manny and Valentinus, but Basilides is hard to find. Existenz is as close as Knights Templar off.
Sorry, that was my fault. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh no, it was just a little loop back from the audio. Anyways, so okay, I've got that corrected now. So I want to get to the tarot here for a minute. In Duncan's Masonic ritual, there's a particular position that the Fellowcraft takes that reminds me of the tarot card, the Magician. Is there any correlation between the two?
No, I don't think there is. The tarot. I think that when you're dealing with Masonry, I mean, you will definitely find in Masonry within the tarot, you'll find archetypal imagery and archetypal themes, and you'll find these also going on in Masonry. So I guess in that context, there might be a nexus. With some of the, when you're getting into some of the postures and things like that, there's bound to be overlap, I would think. But the Magician stance is the as above, so below, which is almost, you'll find on the Devil tarot card as well.
The bafflement, yeah.
Right, with depending on what deck you're looking at. And again, you could definitely find a nexus with that, with Masonry. That's easy to forge because that's Hermes Trismegistus. That's the Hermetic maxim on the Emerald Tablet. And Hermes Trismegistus is the restorer of the 7 liberal arts and sciences in Masonic lore. So in that aspect, you can easily make you can forge a link to it. But a lot of the you might be able to. I've never really looked at it. I guess maybe when the guys were putting the rituals together, maybe some of the graphics, maybe some of the images they looked at were from the tarot. It's certainly possible. I've never really investigated it. But when you definitely get into the rituals of Masonry, I mean, you will definitely dealing with archetypal imagery. I mean, with like the sun, the movement of the sun, things like that. I mean, the sun is one of the tarot cards. So, I mean, you definitely can find some archetypal imagery overlapping into Freemasonry. That I wouldn't have a problem with. That I wouldn't dispute.
Interesting. So, back to cinema symbolism. Is there any particular movie out there that you would say was 100% influenced by Masonry? All the rituals are there, the symbols are there, so on and so forth. I know we talked about Fight Club, and I didn't even make that connection. The Tyler standing at the front of the door, right. several other symbols that are in there. I've heard that Brad Pitt is also a Freemason, but I haven't been able to substantiate that. What are your thoughts, real quick, on that?
I do not know if Brad Pitt is a Freemason. I very much doubt it. That would be out there in the public. I mean, you'd get that in Masonic literature, that if he was. So I very much doubt that. Fight Club has a lot of Masonic overtones, secret society overtones. I mean, movies that are just, I mean, the one movie, I mean, it's Masonic on its face because it's a Mason. The guy who wrote it was a Freemason. Is you want to check out The Man Who Would Be King by Rudyard Kipling. He was a Freemason. That involves a lot of Masonic teachings in it. That's on its surface, though. I mean, you'll see that right away, especially if you're a Freemason. It has some other veiled imagery as well in it. That's interesting, to say the least. So definitely check out The Man Who Would Be King. I guess the granddaddy of them all would be, I mean, I've talked about this before, is National Treasure.
I mean, yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's a Masonic ritual. I mean, that's the Royal Arch of Enoch ceremonial put on screen. So that's the one I would really, really go to. If you wanted to see like a Masonic ritual, I would go to the first National Treasure movie. The second one has Masonic overtones as well. But the first one is the Royal Arch of Enoch ritual, discovery of the subterranean treasure vault, the Templar Masonic treasure vault beneath the Holy Ground. In the ritual, it's Jerusalem. In the movie, it's New York City, which is a reference to DeWitt Clinton, who was a Royal Arch Mason, former mayor of New York City, and former governor of New York State. So I would definitely default to National Treasure. If you wanted to see movies that have like the subtle Masonic undertones in it, I mean, you're absolutely right. Fight Club would be one. I mean, you could find this, when you're dealing with Gnostic films, you can almost find sometimes a Masonic bent to them. I mean, like with The Matrix, for example, where, Neo is, where Keanu Reeves is taken into the, the sacred chamber, to meet Morpheus, who is the Hermes Trismegistus character in that movie. I mean, he goes into the hotel and he has the black and white checkered floor. And he goes up the staircase to receive ascension. You think the fellowcraft degree, the winding staircase.
I need to go back and watch that again because I totally missed the checkerboard floor.
Yeah, well, what's interesting with that is, and a lot of people aren't aware of this, this is one Gnostic movie to another. If you ever watched the movie Dark City, which came out, I believe, a year and a half before The Matrix did, the Dark City, it's the same set.
Yeah.
Dark City, I mean, literally, the Dark City has that exact same winding staircase checkerboard floor set, and they sold it to the makers of The Matrix. And when Trinity's running around the rooftops at the beginning of The Matrix, that's also Dark City. It's the exact same set.
Well, you have Trinity in and of itself. You've got the 3 degrees.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then, so, right, you got Trinity, and she's obviously the Sophia character, and you can look at, Neo as the initiate. So, yeah, I mean, you can definitely find a Masonic bent to things like The Matrix, certainly with Fight Club as well. I'm trying to think of some other ones.
Well, people in the chat room are screaming "Eyes Wide Shut."
Right. I would call that one more of the Illuminati film. In Cinema Symbolism 2, I have a chapter called The Illuminati on film, and that's really the Illuminati movie that you'd want to, if you ever wanted to see the Illuminati, I suppose, in action, that would be the movie you would turn to as Eyes Wide Shut. I mean, where you have the secret cabal, seemingly running the world, engaging in the sex magic, engaging in the rituals. So I would definitely categorize Eyes Wide Shut as more of the Illuminati movie than I would probably a Masonic movie. Although, granted, the Illuminati and Masonry are inevitably linked together. But I would definitely categorize Eyes Wide Shut as a Illuminati movie. I mean, that's in cinema symbolism too. I have a chapter called The Illuminati on Film, and Eyes Wide Shut is one of the movies that you will find in there.
Interesting. I admittedly, I've never sat through the whole movie. I probably should. It's a classic. Kubrick just embedded symbolism as for symbolism in all of his films. The Shining, of course. I just watched the film Room 237. Is that the right number?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Room 237. And I thought that The Shining was about the moon landing and his admission that he's faking the moon landing. But that film, the documentary, took it in completely different directions. I don't know if you're familiar with that particular documentary, but I didn't like it. I didn't think it was done very well. So how would you decode The Shining?
Right. I'm not one that I'm not one who really buys into the moon landing thing yet. I mean, I haven't seen enough of that. I'm familiar with it. You know, that Kubrick filmed the footage with the fake moon landing. The Shining at its core is all about repetition and recycling and reincarnation. The movie is all about events happening in the past and happening again, almost exactly. And to convey what The Shining is all about is repetition. Kubrick is just using endless repetition in that movie to repeat, to convey to really blast your subconscious mind with this whole idea of repetition. He does it through many things in that movie. His use of doubles conveys repetition. He repeats things, and he's very clever at repeating things. He repeats numbers to you. To the viewer. That's ultimately what The Shining is about. It's about repeating repetition. And what he's doing is he's conveying that the Overlook Hotel is essentially an Ouroboros. It's a serpent biting its tail. It's just this never-ending cycle of repetition and things repeating itself that once you go there, you're trapped in. You know, is Torrance Grady? And if he is, which one? Murdering the family. It's just this endless cycle that's bound to happen one way or another. And I mean, I'd have to go to the book to pull out everything that repeats in that movie. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. Some of the things that he does is, I mean, he repeats doubles. There are two sets of twins, the little girls, and then there's another set of twins when Ullman's showing them their apartment. There's another set of twins in that. An older set, he says, see you next summer, girls, he says to them. There are two boilers. There are two tennis balls. Jack Torrance uses two typewriters. Wendy serves him two eggs. There are two mazes, the hedge maze and the hotel. Everything is in doubles. Everything repeats. One of the numbers that he likes to repeat is the number 42, which has to do with the Antichrist. And this is the whole idea of Jack becoming this demonic figure. 42 is the year, is I believe the time is a time span in the Book of Revelation that the Antichrist rules, and this is trying to convey this demonism that Jack Torrance eventually gets possessed by. Danny has the number 42 on his T-shirt at the beginning of the movie. The movie they're watching in the hotel is The Summer of 42. That
is interesting. Another 42 symbol or meaning of 42 is in computer code. The first computer code, ASCII computer code. It stands, the number 42 stands for the asterisk symbol, which is a variable that has no meaning to it. It's just like a wild card variable. So in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, when they ask, what's the meaning of life? And the computer comes back and says 42, they're really referring to anything you want it to be because it's a wild card, which goes right back to the computer code, which goes right back to the first movies that we were talking about, virtual reality, simulated reality, so on and so forth. Do you think there's any 42 symbolism there?
Well, there's binary code in the Matrix, which actually turns up in Ready Player One. For instance, Neo, if you pay attention to the movie, the number 101 follows Neo everywhere in that movie, even in the other ones. His apartment's room 101, and 101 is binary code for the number 5, and a computer counts from 0. So This is why. So 5 is actually the 6th number. The computer counts 0 as 1. So 5 is actually the 6th number. If you ever watch The Matrix, this is why Neo is the 6th iteration of the 1. And if you watch Ready Player One, they have the same imagery where the iOS 101, right, is the Sixers who are running around trying to find the Easter egg. I can't remember what it stands for. It's 101, but that's actually why they're called Sixers. That's binary for the number 5, but it's actually the number 6. So when you're watching Ready Player One and you see the guys running around from IOI, which is actually the number 101, and they're called the Sixers. That's why. And when you watch The Matrix, you pay attention because the number 101 follows Neo everywhere. Like I said, his apartment number is 101, and of course he's the 6th iteration of the 1. So that's very interesting binary code. So yeah, I mean numbers is something these guys play around with routinely. One of the things that I'll just get to this real quick that's interesting in movies is timing. This is another technique these guys like to do to screw around with you. Is when things are happening on the screen. In The Shining, Jack Torrance, when he becomes demon possessed, is when he drinks the alcohol. This is when the darkness takes over and he starts, this is when he drinks is when the bad side comes out, and he consumes alcohol in The Shining at 66 minutes 6 seconds, 666. Obviously designed to conjure the biblical Antichrist, symbolizing, Jack is now demonic. Another master of this is Aronofsky. And I won't get into the sexual symbolism too much. Your viewers will obviously pick up on this, and you will as too. Is the in the movie Black Swan, the lesbian scene between Mila Kunis and Natalie Portman, Nina and Lily, occurs at 69 minutes into the movie. Obvious symbolism there. So
that's my favorite scene. Consequently,
yeah.
No, I'm just.
No, it's a great movie anyway, but no, who doesn't like to watch that scene? But the point I'm trying to make is when it comes to movie symbolism, these guys paint with a wide palette. I mean, and these guys use everything under the sun: costuming, music, timing. It's not just something hanging in the background of a scene. You really got to look at. I mean, because I've been on other shows and I tell people this, and it's true. I watch a movie like The Shining or Black Swan. I mean, I've seen those movies countless times, and it's almost every time I watch it, I pick up on something new. And it's true. I broke down Black Swan in the first movie book, and then I watched it again, and I saw a whole nother array of symbolism, so I had to do it again in Cinema Symbolism Part 2. And I subsequently watched it again, and I missed out on some stuff, so I had to put this in Part 3. So it's a really deep study, I mean, and these guys who are really expert with it, I mean, can hide stuff from you, and it's multiple viewings. Very seldom do you pick up on stuff the first go around. I mean, I wouldn't write on this because I mean it's overt symbolism. But you watch Ready Player One, I mean, it's like how many 80s and 90s and 70 references can you count? Inevitably, you're never going to see them all. You got to watch it multiple times. I mean, I've watched some videos on Ready Player One trying to pick up on stuff. On all the cultural references, and they inevitably miss stuff. So it's like a never-ending thing. You watch it once or 3 or 4 times, and you think you pick up on it. You haven't.
Well, our listeners here at Beyond the Veil, they never miss anything, and
they don't miss a beat.
They pointed out in the chat room, 69 is actually the symbol for Pisces. Any connection to Pisces?
No, I think you're more akin to the sexual symbolism with 69 than with Pisces in the context of Black Swan.
Okay.
Yeah, so, context is key. You got to find out what they're going for. One number in one movie could have a meaning, but in the same number in another movie could have a different meaning. You got to look at the context of it.
Okay. So there's a lot of symbolism in many of these films. Kubrick, you can argue that he crafted every single one on purpose, so on and so forth. But the symbolism, Robert, is so detailed in a lot of these films that, I mean, it would take a mastermind to sit there and just plot everything out. Could this all just be coincidence in the sense that we have these messages, these Gnostic tales written inside of us, And these filmmakers, when they're creating, they're pulling from this data point, this data set that we all have inside of us that we're all trying to unlock, whether it's through masonry or sacred plants or any other path that people are walking. And these creators have become creators, and they're creating these works, and these symbols just come out organically. What are your thoughts?
Right. That's a great question. I think that most of the time this stuff is intentionally placed depending on what the filmmaker is going for. And I stress this constantly, is you have to find the context of the movie. Because like I said, some symbolism in one movie could turn up in another movie but have a different meaning. This is multi-layered. It's a multi-layered study. A symbol in one movie could turn up in another and mean something completely different. So you got to look at it contextually. My experience in writing the two books is it's intentional. I believe it's completely intentional. I do believe there are instances where it can be a result of the psychology of the collective unconscious almost working in reverse, where the stuff is finding its way into a movie, regardless of the filmmaker's intent. An example of this, for example, you look at the turn of the last century, the turn of the millennium, when 1999 became 2000, and you get into the whole notion of the end of the age of Pisces, the awakening to the age of Aquarius, which is gnosis, which is consciousness. All these Gnostic movies came out in that time frame. I mean, the Gnostic movies that we always wind up talking about. I mean, the big three, The Truman Show, Fight Club, Matrix. I mean, these were all 1998, 1997. Then you get into the other Gnostic movies. I mean, they all came out in this time frame. Existenz was 1999. Dark City, I think, was 1997. Vanilla Sky, another movie, a Gnostic movie, was 2001. Donnie Darko, another Gnostic movie. That's a great one. 2001. So, you have this psychological thing going on where all these movies about awakening, this self-consciousness, consciousness, gnosis, we're all coming out at the turn of the last millennium. I mean, there has to be something to that. So when you're getting into the symbolism of the movie, I do believe it's intentionally placed, but you're correct. You can find instances. I mean, I do believe this is how some of the 9/11 material finds its way into movies, that it just seems to be part of the collective unconscious almost working in reverse, that if the symbols are inherited, could it also be prophetic? Could filmmaking, because it's an artistic human expression, ultimately one of the most powerful ones ever devised, could the creation of a movie and the process of making a movie, could the filmmaker somehow be tapping into the collective unconscious, only it becoming prophetic and be incorporating, not necessarily intentionally, but foreshadowing future events? It's a fascinating idea. I can't prove it. It's my theory on it. And I do believe that filmmakers are intentionally putting symbols into movies, but some I just really have difficulty reconciling. I mean, some of it's almost uncanny when you get into this. I mean, not only are you looking at the symbols of the movie, but the timing of it. I mean, for example, I might have talked about this on the last time I was here. I know I've talked about this on some of the other shows I've done subsequent in between the last time I was here. But for example, I mean, some of the 9/11 material, you look at the Simpsons episode, where Bart, we all seen it, where he waves the money in front of the magazine that says 9/11 on it, the $9 and the 11 is the World Trade Center. What people miss is that episode was released, I believe, on September 21st, 1997. I mean, it's almost 5 years to the date of 9/11, almost to the date. And then you had Fight Club, which is another 9/11 movie where you have the destruction of the buildings at the end. Tyler Durden refers to it as ground zero, the destruction of the financial buildings at the end. I just said you have Operation Latte Thunder, which is the destruction of the sphere. That's clearly supposed to be the sphere in between the plaza, the World Trade Center. That movie was released on September 21st, 1999. That's 2 years after the Simpson episode to the day, and 2 years before 9/11 almost to the day. So you have this sequential synchronicity going on just leading you right up to September 11th. Not only do you have the imagery, but you have the timing of it. I mean, and it's just impossible to reconcile. I mean, I can't figure it out. And when you start studying it, you'll find this in other things as well. I'll let you jump in with a question, but I do believe it's intentional, but I believe things like that, I mean, they're very difficult to explain. I'll be the first to admit that.
They are, for sure. In the case of The Simpsons, I mean, there have been so many, from Ebola to 9/11 to celebrity deaths.
The World Cup.
The World Cup situation, the soccer situation where everybody was found to be corrupt. Donald Trump, for example. Yeah. I mean, there was a scene in there that it was Donald Trump coming down an elevator, and that happens later in time. I mean, there's got to be something more going on here.
Well, let's talk about Donald Trump, because there's some great ones with him. The episode of The Simpsons, that actually came out after Trump came down the escalator.
Oh, did it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that confuses people. It's an episode called Trumptastic Voyage that was actually made based on Trump's announcement for president. But there are some fantastic ones with Trump that are unbelievable, that are just impossible to reconcile. One is a show from the 1950s called Trackdown, which was about a guy who comes, he's prophesizing the end of the world, and his name is Trump. And he comes to this Western town, and he says, the only way to save yourself to prevent the apocalypse is to build walls. He said, I'm the only one who can do it. He said, I'm the only one who can build walls. My name is Trump, and this was the only thing that'll do to save you. We have that one. Then we have Donald Trump starring in a Serta mattress ad. I think it was in 2010, where he's advertising Serta mattress for his hotel, and he's talking to one of the sheep, and the sheep are complaining that he's going to put him out of business because people will fall asleep quickly. And he goes outside the hotel room, and there's two sheep guarding a hotel room, and the numbers on the sheet are 9/11, which is a reference to November 9th, the date he won the presidency. Then you have this exact same imagery going on in the movie Gremlins 2, where you have Daniel Clamp.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was pulling up the video.
Oh, that's okay. Where you have Daniel Clamp in Gremlins 2, who's a Trump analog, who runs everything out of. He's a Manhattan real estate developer, runs everything out of Clamp Tower, and he comes up for an interview, and they put the microphones in front of his face, and it's the same numbers. It's 11/9. Again, November 9th, the date he won the presidency. And then the movie you're going to want to check out, it's always these Gnostic movies that are prophetic. I'm not sure why that is. Check out the first Lego movie, which is a very Gnostic movie. And the character in that is Lord Business, who becomes President Business, who is a Donald Trump analog. And if you watch that movie, all the Donald Trump President Business wants to do is build walls around the different Lego worlds. And that's his sole purpose, is to build walls around the Lego worlds. And he actually, what's funny about this is the first Lego movie, I believe, came out 5 years ago. I know they just released the sequel to it. It came out in 2014. President Business, who is Trump, actually refers to his detractors in that movie as snowflakes, of all things. So, you want to talk about a movie being prophetic, definitely check out the first Lego movie, which is really a remake of The Matrix. I'm doing it in Cinema Symbolism 3. In the Gnostic chapter, because the first Lego movie is decidedly Gnostic, to say the least.
I remember we talked about Trump in the previous show. I don't know if I mentioned this, though. Do you know who his uncle is?
Yeah, we got into this. This is interesting, about the guy who you think is might be a time traveler or something.
John Trump. John Trump, he was a physicist that was tasked by the U.S. government to research all of Tesla's work. They gave him all of Tesla's work to figure out if he can actually make any of the machines, or if any of the research was viable. So there's this Donald Trump time travel conspiracy theory, and I thought it was ridiculous at first until I realized who his uncle was.
Yeah, you think maybe his uncle discovered time travel, and Trump has somehow managed to work his way to see future events and knows what's coming, or something like that?
It's possible.
It is
or
possible.
Somebody gave him an almanac, like in Back to the Future too.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I know. I remember we were talking about this the last time. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Trump is maybe Trump has future knowledge. He seems to have a pretty good handle on things and seems to know what's coming down the pike. So time will tell, I suppose. Interesting, though, to say the least.
It is very interesting, for sure. Back to the Future 2 basically details Donald Trump's era there. I mean, it's the resemblance is uncanny, and I don't think Trump was that well known back then. I mean, was he? This movie came out in the early 80s, mid 80s, sometime around there?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of symbolism going on in the Back to the Future movies. I talk about it in one of the movie books. I mean, the Biff Tannen character in the alternate 1985 was modeled after Donald Trump, and it came out in '89, I believe. The sequel did. There's all sorts of subtle nuances in Back to the Future. Biff Tannen never became president. In Back to the Future, if you pay attention to it, we actually know who the president is in the alternate Back to the Future reality. It's Richard Nixon. Somehow or another, Richard Nixon has altered the Constitution and has remained president into the mid-1980s. We know this from the newspaper. When it's one of the newspapers, I believe it's the Doc Brown Committed newspaper, or it's the local author honored newspaper. At the end, when they're in the alternate 1985 and they correct the timeline, and the newspapers, it's the ripple effect. It's the changing of the newspaper. You'll actually see in the corner of the newspaper it says Nixon. It says Nixon seeks fifth term. And when they correct the timeline, Nixon seeks fifth term goes back to Reagan seeks second term. So that's one way you know that the timeline has been corrected. I love those movies just because of the subtle nuances in it. And Back to the Future Part 2 has one of the best ones of all in it. It's foreshadowing, which is great, which is when Marty goes into the alternate 1985 and he goes to the Biff Tannen Museum, you'll find a statue of a wax figure of Biff Tannen, who's the luckiest man in the world. You know, obviously he has the almanac. And pay attention to the statue because he's holding a horseshoe. And that's a clear reference to the incidents of Part 3 with Mad Dog Buford Tannen shooting Doc Brown over the thrown horseshoe for not shoeing his horse correctly. I thought that was a wonderful example of foreshadowing in Back to the Future, but they do it in all of them. There's all sorts of subtle nuances going on in all three of those movies that is absolutely fantastic. I mean, when they get to Part 3 and they walk into the town, when Marty walks into the town, the sign that he sees is Honest Joe Statler. That's a reference to Part 1, the Statler Toyota dealership. Back then in 1885, they're trading horses, and in 1985, they're the owners of the Toyota dealership dealing in horses, cars. I thought that was a great little reference there. Yeah, they wreak havoc with the buildings in the future, 1885 and 1985. It's a great movie. That's really one of the movies where really has to deal with the creation of the alternate timeline, and which would happen. If you actually went ahead and went back in time and gave yourself knowledge, you would splice the timeline and you would have alternate realities. There are people who have argued. I knew a Freemason who is no longer with us. He passed away many years ago. I'm not going to name him. And he was a very good friend of mine. And he actually believed, I don't know how he knew this or why he came to think this way, but he had told me, I mean, he was quite convinced of this, that the timeline had been spliced twice in the past, and that we were on, and that there were two events that had happened that had spliced the timeline, creating this timeline that we're on now. And the events were, I mean, I don't know how he knew this or why he knew this or why he believed this. I guess that's what I'm trying to say is, but he was convinced that the death of JFK Jr. was a manufactured event splicing the timeline, and the death of Princess Diana was a timeline splice, creating a alternative reality that we're currently in. I mean, I don't know why he believed that or if it's true or not. but it is interesting to say the least.
That is fascinating. I would think 9/11 would be an event that split the timeline. Terrence McKenna talked about a split of the timeline when Jesus was crucified. In one timeline, he wasn't crucified, in another, he was. In the one where he wasn't crucified, there was no Christianity that sprung up as a result, and therefore we didn't have the Dark Ages. And so in that timeline, in 2019, we've traveled to the edge of space. It's a completely high-tech world that we live in because we didn't have the Christian oppression of science.
It's interesting. Yeah. I mean, the whole idea of multi-dimensions, multi-universes, I mean, this is something we talked about on the last show, is this producing the Mandela effect, where people are remembering things differently because there are multiple different dimensions out there, and things are bleeding through. It's possible. I mean, I'm not saying it isn't happening or it is happening. I'm definitely saying it's possible, though.
I think so as well.
I agree.
I think these changes happen when we sleep. When we sleep, we just kind of shut down, wake up. Things are just a little bit different. And we're seeing these changes over and over and over again. I know we talked about Mandela effect before, but is there any particular Mandela effect that you look at and go, okay, there's something definitely going on here?
Yeah, it's definitely the one from the movie The Mask. This one to me is without question a no-brainer, and this ties into the one with Sally Field. And this to me is almost proof positive that this thing. As growing up as a kid, Sally Field won the Oscar, and I can't. It was in the 1980s, and it was for a movie. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but she won the award, and she said, "You like me, you really like me." I mean, and this was reported on the news. This was like one of the most all-time famous Oscar lines for receiving award that ever happened. I mean, everybody remembered it. It was, "You like me, you really like me." And in 1994, a movie came out called The Mask with Jim Carrey. And there's a scene in that movie where he goes through this very over-the-top acting, and it almost becomes a movie within a movie where this audience stands up on the bottom of the screen and he gets handed an award and he's kind of talking to the audience and he looks at him and he impersonates Sally Field and he says, "You like me, you really like me." And it's obvious that he's impersonating that Oscar speech that Sally Field gave. Well, it turns out this has been altered along the way at some point, and it's altered the Mask movie now. It's like the ripple effect, like Doc Brown talked about. If you change one, you change the other. And the Sally Field Oscar speech has now never occurred. If you go back and watch the speech, she says, "Right now, you like me," or something like that. It's not right. She says like right now you like me, or something like that. And in the real one, in the one that everyone remembers, she says, "You like me, you really like me." That's gone. That doesn't exist anymore.
Well, I remember in cartoons, we used to watch a cartoon called Tiny Toons. And I remember as a kid, I wasn't familiar with the Sally Field speech, but I remember a particular scene where the characters were saying, "You like me, you really like me." Right, it was repeated in many different cartoons. It was a kind of a staple of something to parody in other works.
And Jim Carrey, but here's the thing that's the real kicker on this is when you saw the movie, he said he gets the award, he says, "You like me, you really like me," and he's obviously imitating Sally Field when she got this Oscar. Mm-hmm. This never happened now, and the Jim Carrey speech has now changed. When he gets the award now, instead of saying, "You like me, you really like me," which is what he originally said, now he says, "You love me, you really love me," which never happened. That wasn't what Sally Field never said. So now it's, well, what's he imitating? Because what he's imitating is gone. So now that entire scene from The Mask doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. And I think that's almost proof positive that there's been some sort of alteration to the Sally Field speech that now never happened. And now you're seeing the ripple effect with the Jim Carrey thing where he's saying, "You love me," which never happened anyway. So now it begs the question, well, if it never happened, so what's Jim Carrey even imitating? So it's like evidence that, that there's been a change along the way, at least in my eyes.
Oh, I agree with you. There's another one, and admittedly, I don't really get into James Bond movies, but I think it's called Moonraker.
Oh, the Moonraker one.
Yes, yes. And they actually made a Visa commercial after that, and he's holding the Visa card and he's smiling, and the other people are smiling back with braces on, and now there's no braces, and the scene makes no sense.
No, the scene makes no sense. And what's really odd about that is when Richard Kiel, who played Jaws, died, there were many obituaries who actually mentioned that scene. They were like, everyone remembers him playing Jaws and everyone remembers the scene. And it was like, and everyone remembers his brace-faced love interest, Dolly. And even the news reports were remembering it as her having braces. And there was, I believe, if you went to the MGM website where they list out all the James Bond movies, it's like akin to like Internet Movie Database. They actually list Dolly, and they actually list her as having braces on the actual MGM website, as saying like his brace-faced love interest. There's actually, believe it or not, and I'd have to go. I heard about this. I haven't looked into it too much. You guys might want to look at it, but apparently I've heard that there's a scene in that movie later on in Moonraker where Jaws and the girlfriend Dolly make it to the space station at the end, and they're actually drinking wine. They're actually drinking wine, and she lifts up she lifts the glass up to drink the wine, and for a brief second, you could see the braces on her mouth.
Yes, I was going to refer to something similar. Somebody took a VHS copy and analyzed it frame by frame, that same scene where they're smiling at each other, and in one frame, you could see the braces. Now, it could have been Photoshopped or After Effects or anything like that. I mean, people put up so much bullshit online that it's really a disservice to the truth. But I did see a video where somebody was going through frame by frame, and you could see the braces in a single frame.
And it was like the real world was trying to bleed through. If you've never watched, if there's a movie that deals with this, deals with alternate realities. If you've never seen it, by all means, check it out. It's a movie I'm analyzing in the new movie book. It came out in 2001 and it has 9/11 imagery in it as well. It's a movie called Donnie Darko.
One of my favorites.
Oh yeah. I mean that whole movie has loads going on with the real world trying to bleed through and time travel and things like that. And then the movie that they just released, it's not a time travel movie, but they did it. They filmed it in a way that it really smacks of that. Is the last Halloween movie they just came out with, because what that movie does is, this is the one that just came out back in October. To celebrate the 40 year of Halloween. What they did with that movie is, this movie is a direct sequel to the first one. And what it does is it serves to erase all the other Halloween movies. But what the filmmakers did is they put homages in where it's like these other Halloween movies are bleeding through into this new reality. And it really does have a feel to it of creating this alternate reality where the other realities, despite being erased, are trying to bleed through. The filmmakers did a very, very good job with that. And you do feel like with the Mandela effects that there's just this like other reality that's trying to bleed through into ours. And like I said, I've experienced it myself. So I do believe there is clearly something to this.
I'm going to have to watch that new Halloween now. Every time we have you on the show, Robert, I always have a list of films that I have to go watch afterwards. I love it, though. I do. It's incredible. There was one episode of The Simpsons, and I don't know if you're familiar with this one. Homer Simpson is writing on the chalkboard, and this came out in like 1994 or something like that. And the equation that he's writing out is the equation for the God particle. The God particle wasn't discovered for another 3 years after. I may have the dates wrong, but I know for sure that the episode came out before the God particle was discovered. Any thoughts on that? I know I'm just throwing that at you, but any thoughts on that?
Well, if that's the case, I've never seen the episode. I mean, but I'd have to go watch it. But if that's the case, either that's one of the greatest coincidences of all time, or somebody knows something. Mm-hmm. Or someone has privy to future information or information that's not been yet released to the public and is incorporating it into that episode. I mean, you could take your pick at all three of those.
It's strange. We haven't heard from Mrs. Geo in a while. Any thoughts?
Oh, the chat room's just blowing up.
Yeah,
about
I know.
It is. It is. The symbolism in movies, it kind of makes you wonder. Somebody said in the chat room a few minutes ago that they think that certain actors are assigned certain roles for a reason. And it's not just because they would be good in that role, like Nicolas Cage, the guy from The Matrix, all of them are, it's almost as if they were born for, you know how they say, oh, you were born to do this role. It's almost like they were. It's almost like everything is scripted. Our entire reality is scripted, and they're just following a certain pattern, a certain script. Do you think that's astrology? Do you think that's a combination of different factors? Or do you think that the people who are running the show in Hollywood are actually using some kind of method to find these people when they're really young, and
birth
then
charts,
and then and not breeding them, but
well, I mean,
forming
take the
them
Matrix.
into these roles.
Take the Matrix. You never would have thought Keanu Reeves
yeah,
would have been cast for the Matrix. He didn't do anything similar to that leading into that. He didn't. Bill and Ted.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
You know, that kind of,
yeah.
I couldn't imagine that movie with anybody else.
Right.
Well, what they do is, this is something I talk about in my books, is they definitely cast actors. I call it a cult casting because I can't think of anything else to call it. They cast actors to bring their cultural valences and these previous performance into their into a current performance. I document this all over the place. Max von Sydow in Star Wars Episode 7, where he's on the desert planet and he confronts the Dark Evil Lord, is supposed to draw on The Exorcist and Dune, where he does the same thing, where he confronts a dark evil lord. In the Star Wars movie, that's supposed to convey to your subconscious mind the idea that the First Order is akin to the Harkonnens with the demonism of Pazuzu. I mean, the idea of casting, and I call it a cult casting, and I mean, I talk about it in my books. When I first started documenting this phenomenon, I thought it was rare, but it seems that it's more common that even I first anticipated. In the Matrix movie, the casting of Anthony Zerbe in Part 2 is a play on his casting, is a play on his role in the Omega Man, where he played Matthias, where he's trying to destroy mankind. He's trying to destroy the last bastion of humanity, which is Charlton Heston. And in the Matrix, they reverse this because it's Gnosticism, it's duality, it's the opposite, where he plays the Chancellor Hardiman, I think his name is, in Zion, who's trying to preserve humanity, who's trying to be the sole preserver of humanity. So the casting of Zerbe is duality, from the Omega Man to the Matrix. That's intentional. Donnie Darko, Patrick Swayze is Dirty Dancing, disaffected youths who don't understand their society. That's exactly what Donnie Darko is about. Catherine Ross in Donnie Darko, the psychiatrist, that's a play on her role from The Graduate, about a young man, Benjamin Braddock, who is out of place and out of time, doesn't understand his cultural, the society values, the culture, excuse me, which is exactly what Donnie Darko is experiencing. So these actors are brought into these movies to, in some instances, draw forth these cultural valences that they bring. It's much more than typecasting. Typecasting is where you get Edward Van Sloan in Dracula, where he plays Van Helsing, and then in The Mummy, 1932, he plays the exact same character. That's not what I'm talking about. It's where these actors are brought in to bring these subtle nuances with them that they had in these earlier performances, that they bring to these new movies, that play with your subconscious mind, that are investing these new movies with these past performances to convey some sort of occult reason. It's a very deep study. When I first started looking into this, I thought it was rare. But the more I look into it, the more I'm seeing that this is more common than at first I originally anticipated.
And, somebody had a good question. What do you think of the Mandela effects, where certain actors have died and then come back to life? Like, what was Betty White was one of the big ones.
Betty White's died a million times.
Yeah, she's died about a million times. Yeah. What do you think about that?
I've never experienced this before, but I've talked to people who have. where people thought that someone died and they actually didn't die. I've never experienced Betty White dying. I was on a show a couple months ago where the guy had memories of Stan Lee dying.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that was a new one on me. And so is Betty White. I have no memory of Betty White ever dying either. That's what's really odd about the Mandela effect is that certain, it's almost certain people don't remember things certain way, but it's never uniform. Certain people remember it this way, but not the other. I have no memory of Betty White ever dying. I always remembered Star Wars, the Darth Vader line as the one it is. Where he says, no, I am your father. I always remembered it that way.
Well, what about C-3PO?
That's a weird one because I never remembered it in the movie, but I somewhere along the line when I was a kid remember seeing a poster of C-3PO with the silver leg, but that's about it. I don't remember it in the movie though. So like I'm torn on that one. I seem to have a memory of it seeing a poster like in 1977 of like 3PO standing next to R2-D2 and he had the silver leg, but I never remembered it in the movies. So that's like a weird one for me.
What's interesting about that one is that the actor said, no, he's always had a silver leg. I played him.
Anthony Daniels.
But the photographer posted on Twitter and said he never had a silver leg. I would have adjusted my lights to compensate for the silver leg. He said, this is completely new to me. I've never seen this before. And you go back to the action figures. And I remember having the action figures as a kid. It didn't have a silver leg. Now the action figures have a silver leg on them.
You even had Star Wars sheets on your bed.
I had Star Wars sheets, and C-3PO was all gold on the sheets. Now, it was an Empire Strikes Back sheets, though.
True.
So I know it changed. It was different. I know he was all gold in the Empire Strikes Back.
Granted.
However, remember, we watched the movies because she's never seen the movies before, and we wanted to go see The Force Awakens. So we watched all the movies first, went and saw The Force Awakens. I remember in The Force Awakens, C-3PO had the red arm. We go back, rewatch the movies. Now all of a sudden he's got a silver leg. And I'm like, this is insane because we just watched the movies 2 weeks ago and the silver leg would have stuck out. But it didn't stick out until I saw the red arm. It could be, maybe, I'm just throwing some idea, the mind just blanked out the silver leg.
That's right.
Because gold can reflect off of silver, very easily. And it wasn't until the red arm triggered okay, now look, now there's a silver leg. But we were watching the exact same copy of Star Wars, and it's a high-definition copy. So it's not like you can argue and say, well, on the VHS, it's just not
blurry.
It's blurry, so on and so on. No, this was Blu-ray, full quality, no silver leg, and then all of a sudden, boom, there it is 2 weeks later.
I don't remember. I had the action figure, and I never remembered a silver leg with the action figure at all. And I heard someone talking about this that could have maybe explained it. They said it's possible that in the first Star Wars movie, that when he was on the desert planet, in the desert, the desert could have made the silver look gold as a reflection of the sand.
That is true.
I heard that being mentioned, but I don't really remember the silver leg. But like now watching it, I see it. But I do have like a memory of seeing like a poster with him and R2-D2, and he had the silver leg. But that's about all I could tell you on it. It's weird, though, to say the least.
It is. And if anybody can decode the movies, it's you, Robert, because, I mean, that's what you do. And so, noticing these Mandela effects and not remembering them in the movies, I think that speaks volumes. The one that got me, of course, was Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. Familiar and popular. And as a kid, I remember Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, who's the fairest of them all. I remember going to Disney World back in, I want to say like 2008, and they did this show called Fantasmic, where they do this really cool presentation out on the lake and all this, and they played the scene from Snow White, and it said Magic Mirror on the Wall, and I thought to myself, oh, they must have changed it for this Fantasmic presentation here. But nope, it's in the movie.
What's weird about that one is in the fairy tale, I believe it's Mirror, Mirror, and then I always thought it was like you. I always thought it was Mirror, Mirror in the movie, but it's not. It's Magic Mirror, and then they actually, I think in 2012, they made a movie called Mirror, Mirror.
I remember that.
Yeah, which is obviously naming it after this most famous line, which doesn't exist now. So,
in German, it's Spiegeln und der Wand, which means Unterwall, which means mirror, mirror on the wall. So it's a conundrum. Why would Disney all of a sudden decide to change it for their release and then change it back? Because on their merchandise, it does say mirror, mirror.
Is it even changing, or is it like, like a parallel universe bleeding through where it's this way in one and this way in the other? That's what. Yeah, that's what it could be also.
The Coca-Cola symbol has changed a lot. And supposedly it's always been the same way that it is now, and it's always had the little dash in a particular way. This was the latest Mandela that I was looking into, but there's a couple of channels out there that I subscribe to and try to stay up to date. A lot of them are just false memories, like Sex in the City. I remember Sex and the City as opposed to Sex in the City. A very easy mistake to make. If you build it, he will come. Or if you build it, they will come. I remember, again, from cartoons, they would say it, if you build it, they will come. And now it's if you build it, he will come.
That doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make sense, no.
No.
It's crazy. And again, the parodies are still there, and now the parodies just don't make sense.
Yeah, it's some of them are bad memories. And like for example, the one that was debunked was the Beatles with Help With My Friends, which says, what would you think? And it should be, the lyric should be, what would you do? Because think doesn't make sense.
What would you do if I sang out of tune?
But that's not it. It's not. It's what would you think?
Well, there were two versions of that song recorded.
That's the thing is, Ringo Starr has subsequently performed the song and has changed the lyric. And then Joe Cocker did the song at Woodstock where he changed the lyric. So that's where the confusion is coming from.
Yes.
So like you said, some of it can be debunked and where it is bad memories or people are being confused. But I know as a kid, I watched the Oscars and I remember that with Sally Fields saying that famous line. I mean, I know that happened. It's in some dimension out there that happened. I'll put it to you like that.
Yes.
We just may not be inhabiting it anymore.
It's strange.
That is a strange
Robert, this has probably been the best show that we've done with you. We really appreciate your time this evening. Give us your websites. Tell people where they can pick up the books, anything like that.
Yeah, well, thank you guys. Thanks for having me on, Shuri. Thanks for glad to have you back. I remember the last time you weren't here, so it's good to have both of you back again. And thank you for having me on Beyond the Veil. It was a terrific show, and I always look forward to coming on. It's one of my favorite shows. And again, thank you for having me on. I am the author of 4 books. They are all readily available right now. The easiest way to find me and find the books is just go to my website. My full name is Robert W. Sullivan IV. So my website is that. It's Robert W. Sullivan, the letter I, the letter V for the 4th, robertwsullivan.iv.com. Links there to buy the books. You can get the print editions. You can get the ebooks. They are available on all the major online retail sellers. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million. If you're overseas, you're in Canada or in England, you go to the Amazon UK site. They'll be there as well. Again, they're in the ebook format, the Kindle, the Nook, or the print edition if you want that. 4 books out: Royal Arch of Enoch, Cinema Symbolism 2, and A Pact with the Devil, which is a work of fiction. Go to my website. It's very easy to navigate. Links to my social media. Follow me on Twitter. Like my new Facebook page. You want to do that. That's routinely updated. Like I said, the website is updated with events and appearances, information about me, links to buy the books, www.robertwsullivan.iv.com.
Awesome. I don't want to keep you any longer because I know you're on the East Coast and it's late over there. I want to say thank you so much for staying up with us this evening, Robert. It's been an awesome show. You rock.
Well, thank you guys for having me on. You're gracious hosts, and I always love coming on, and I always look forward to coming on, and it's good to have you both back. And again, thank you for the invitation. I look forward very much to returning.
Let's do it very soon. Love you. Take care.
Okay. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. Hour number 3 coming up here in just a moment, and we'll hang out a little bit with the BTV family. It's been a while since we've sat back and answered some questions from the chat room, gone over all of that. Maybe we'll get into more Mandela effects, and we'll see where the rest of the broadcast takes us. On that note, let's take a quick break, and we will see you in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Drew Pearson. We bring you this special radio television broadcast in order to give you the very latest information on an amazing phenomenon, the arrival of a spaceship in Washington. The Army has taken every precaution to meet any emergency which may develop. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen, I think something is happening.
But if you threaten to extend your violence, this Earth of yours will be reduced to a burned-out cinder.
Without you, what could he do?
There's no limit to what he could do. He could destroy the Earth.
All vehicles, close in.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars. The battle which took place tonight at Grover Mills has ended in one of the most startling defeats ever suffered by an army in modern times. 7,000 men armed with rifles and machine guns pitted against the single fighting machine of the invaders from Mars. 120 known survivors.
Lord, Batu, Dorada, Nikto, Batu, Dorada, Nikto.
Open the door! Open the door!
This facility has been sealed. No one leaves.
Fellow traveler, the cries of the mystery speak again, bidding organic consciousness a welcome to the House of Light. The great institution of materialism has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned like a monster destroying its creator. Science battles itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only your consciousness knows the true path. You, the illuminated, can carry the understanding upwards towards the light. Only your consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure, be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as you are sublimely raised, beyond the veil.
All right, hour number 3 right here on Beyond the Veil. I know there were several people wanting to call in, so if you are still with us this late in the evening, feel free to. 833-BTV Live is the call-in number, 213-233-3998. Also, if you're calling internationally, or if you have the unlimited long distance and you don't want to run up our toll-free bill, you can call 213-233-3998. Mrs. Gio, if you can pull up the call board and keep an eye, that would be awesome.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I wanted to say hello to each and every one of you. You know, it's been a while, and we missed you guys and gals so very much. I mean, it's been there's a piece of us missing when we're not here doing shows, so we just wanted to express that to each and every one of you.
Well, that piece is you guys. You guys are a major piece of our lives, and we love it like that. We really do, because it's not just me and Chris. It's me, Chris, Joanna. It's all these other people that all make up our life together. And so when we don't have you guys in our lives, we're not the same, even with each other, I've noticed. So thank you so much for being with us.
Yes, definitely. Joanna wrote us a really awesome email.
Yes, she did.
I don't know if we have permission to read it on air or not.
I haven't gotten permission, I don't think.
Okay, I think she's in the chat room. So if we got the thumbs up, give us the thumbs up. If not, if it's between us, no worries whatsoever.
Yep.
But it was a really, really, really cool email that was kind of very synchronistic with some things that have been going on around here. As I said before, we've made a lot of changes within ourselves, and many of you are making changes within yourselves as well. Just restructuring literally everything. And some people are getting fired from their jobs because new opportunities are on the horizon for you. Other people are quitting their jobs. People are moving. People are just completely reformatting themselves. As I mentioned before, I've been working with a personal trainer, getting into martial arts. I don't know why. I just feel like the next activation site that we go to is going to require all of that. And at first I thought martial arts because it's familiar to me. I have a black belt in Tung Sudo. I haven't studied in years, so I don't remember very much of it. But Cherie said, you know what? The skill is a skill set you might need to reawaken within yourself at the next activation site, because it's going to be, different than what we're used to. Or what we experienced in Egypt. So, yeah, I'm getting myself ready. And there's just this fire that's inside of me that's just pushing to go, 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 go. And I've got the goal in mind. I wish the finish line was a little bit closer. Had I not moved so far away from the finish line, I'd be able to get to the finish line faster. But, it is what it is. But, I mean, I'm already feeling like just completely different. I plowed the driveway of it's like 3 days in a row. I went out and I plowed the neighbors' mailboxes because the postal lady was giving me shit, and she's like, "I'm not going to deliver here if the mailboxes look like this," and blah 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 blah. And I was like, "All right, well,
okay, fine.
I'll go get a shovel then. Why not? Yeah, I'm going to burn a shitload of calories in the process, so might as well do it." But it's funny, and I'm working with this trainer who's a freaking badass. I mean, she is a freaking badass. I'm not going to get into what she's involved in, but she's like a world-class champion in the things she does. And
yeah, she's tough on him.
She was working me the other day, and I was like, this is all in me. It's inside of me. It's just been laying dormant. It's always been there. And so what I took from that is we have all of this stuff that's inside of us, who we really should be, and all we have to do is just unlock it. Some other things happened, and I'll try to speak briefly here. But one of the things that we've been doing is essentially telling the universe, what we're ready for and the next steps we want to take. And all these doors have just started opening, and we started talking about intention, setting your intention, but also with intention has to come a little bit of action too, because that is the key to tell the universe to unlock the door, to say, okay, I'm going to manifest this reality. You can think it all day long. You can want it all day long, but you have to put in a little bit of effort physically to make it happen.
Right.
Now, we have a lot of energies working in the background on our behalf, on your behalf out there as well. And these energies that are working in the background are just waiting for that 10% of effort that you put into whatever you're trying to manifest. You can't just sit there and just go, okay, I'm going to manifest this and boom, it's going to appear.
Yeah.
But there were certain substances that I've been looking for, and I'm not going to get into what type of substances they are, but it's substances that I used to work with when I was a kid, or a teenager, I should say. And we haven't been able to find any for years. But as soon as I put the effort into the universe to say, all right, I'm ready to be who I'm supposed to be. I'm going to put in the work in order to do that. Not any more than 2 weeks later, all these substances fell into my lap. And I'm like, I've been looking for these for years. And it's funny because now I'm manifesting the reality. And I wish I can speak in more detail with you guys and gals, but it is what it is. But it's like, holy crap. everything's just starting to like come together,
fall into place.
And I've realized we have to play a little bit too.
Yeah.
You know, we got to go to raves. We got to
There's
dance.
Gotta be,
we got to have fun.
Yeah.
We've spent the last 10 years just giving and giving
being
and giving
serious.
and giving and being serious. And, you know, the thing with ayahuasca, for example, is it's a very serious thing. It's something you have to do with respect. It's something you have to do with intention. And it's work.
It's all work.
It's not really fun and games or relaxing or anything like that. And you got to take time to relax and have fun.
Yes,
and it's part of the balance too,
right?
And you got to take care of yourself too. That's what I've learned. Is I've just sat in front of the computer, taking care of other people, taking care of everything else, and not focusing on myself. And so, 2019, I feel is like it's more of a time to focus inwards because this next site is going to be brutal.
That's going to be even harder than the one we just went to, and I believe that 100%. We have 3 callers waiting on the line. So do you want to take calls?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right. We have a wireless caller from San Antonio. Hello, wireless caller from San Antonio. How are you?
I'm doing good, Sheree. How are you
Good.
doing?
Doing great.
What's on your mind?
Chris?
Hey, how are you?
Much. Oh, good. You recognize my voice? I'm Michael.
Michael, how are you? Good to hear from you again.
Yeah. So, you guys are starting to like harmonize with your space and getting in tune with the mitochondria.
Yes.
And all that.
Yes. That's the next level, in my opinion. I mean, it's not even the next level because it's kind of a step backwards because DMT is the most powerful psychedelic there is. But, you know, I have taken ungodly amounts.
That we know of so
yeah,
far. Yeah,
that's true.
totally.
That's true. But I've taken ungodly amounts. And in Egypt, I mean, I took overdose amounts. Like I should be dead, but
allegedly.
Yeah, well, allegedly,
No.
right? Because I'm still here, so obviously it's not overdose amounts. But according to the LD50, yeah, I should be dead.
Yeah.
However, I can't go back and do that again because I'm putting myself at risk. I can't go deeper. I can't take more.
Well, you don't.
So
I don't think you need to.
No, I don't think so either. Now it's time to traverse other realms, and psilocybin, for example, is another realm that really needs to be explored.
So I'd like to respectfully disagree with you. I think we're taking steps forward, and I think we're continuing on that track regardless. I think we're being dragged, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know, and the archetypes are just going to drag everyone kicking and screaming, or, you know, they can walk and, you know, fall in place with the singularity, fall into places, per Shuri eloquently puts it. You guys are pretty eloquent. I like it.
Thank you.
So I feel like I'm calling into some old friends.
So what are your experiences in the realms, and how do you feel about 2019? I mean, as I said before, I feel like this is a time of complete and total breakdown and restructure. Are you feeling the same thing? Are you making changes as well?
Definitely. I feel every conscious, you know, instance of consciousness that you're like using, you know, manifest destiny or precognitive, you know, dissonance to where you're thinking about what you're thinking about. I forget what it's called, but
manifestation.
Can you repeat your question?
Just how you feel about 2019 and what kind of changes are you making to break down and restructure, if any?
Right, the infinity of the crossroads.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's really awesome that I think it is we are all on our own little collective, little patches of collective, you know, projections of reality, and I think we're definitely projecting that geometry when we're sleeping, you know, in the background.
Well, that's all.
Background radiation to hold together.
That's what it's all about.
The math.
Right. That's what it's all about, is the geometry of everything. I mean, that's why you got a big G in Freemasonry. They put it out there. They're not trying to hide it. But like I said, you know, the G is whatever people want it to be. But really, in my opinion, it has to do with geometry, practical geometry and sacred geometry at the same time, because that's the key to
this reality.
Understanding this reality. Yeah, to understanding the matrix.
I mean, yeah. I mean, consciousness, like, do you think God, if anything, like, what do you think God would look like? Or what do you think he'd have a form that's just, like, kind of, you know, forming us, molding the universe, or dropping little dots in the petri dish?
Well, that's such it's such a multi-layered question.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's a question with multi-layered answers, because at the base of it, you know, we have to ask ourselves, what is this reality, and what is making up this reality? If this reality is a computer simulation, which I'm 120% sure it is, but obviously I can't show anybody else. It's things that people have to just discover for themselves, which was the basis of Joanna's email. She's like, look, I didn't understand this.
Can I ask? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no worries.
Like, you know how we get out of here, like we get out there. But do you think there are any organic components to that computer simulation that, like, we can obviously, like, diverge from the, you know, basic system protocols and, like, you know, rewrite scripts?
We are the organic components of the computer system.
You know, I was going to say, if God if there is a God of this reality, then it's a team of programmers that have written the initial scripts and are now trying to take back control over those scripts and be able to shift things over into a healthy balance in this reality.
So like a continuing of a reoccurring wavelength script.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's energetic, and it's and the reason why I say that is because if you look at the way sound frequencies operate at, you know, the gigahertz level, they're not there are some that you can't even hear physically, but you can see that they're there. If you put if you look at those videos where people are pouring salt,
sonic boom,
people are pouring salt on a plate, and then they're exposing that plate to different frequencies, it actually creates different patterns and wavelengths. And then what happens is, as you raise the frequency more and more and more, the patterns get more and more complex. And that's exactly what you see when you take ayahuasca or DMT or psilocybin or any number of these psychedelics. And it's almost as if what you're doing, and they've actually proven that in your brain, when you're on ayahuasca or DMT or psychedelics in general, the frequency of your brain changes to match a different frequency. So it's like you're in two places at once.
So you're saying, like, it amplifies your pineal gland and then harmonizes with your spaces?
Well, I mean, the pineal is kind of a first level kind of thing.
The pineal's overrated.
Yeah, because see, our consciousness is inside of us.
Well, as a whole, because every one of your molecules is conscious, right? I mean, so I wouldn't say that any one molecule is more important than the other, but I mean, even the air, for instance, gives us charge to project this reality. We're tripping on oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. But, you know, I like to see it from a little different perspective, in the sense that we're not our bodies. And so therefore our bodies are part of the system, and our bodies are down to the molecular level. It can be fine-tuned, just like a car can be fine-tuned, but at the same time, we're not really the car when we get into the car. We just drive the car.
Yeah, we are part of the space. Like, you are part of the room you're in. And that's where I was thinking, like, I was wondering if, like, that's what Cherie meant by, you know, amplifying your electromagnetic, you know, field, and then it, you know, harmonizing with all the other electromagnetic fields surrounding every other molecule. It's just like, it's a lot, you know, in composition of algorithms. It's pretty eloquent, the universe.
It is. It's a beautiful universe. I mean, it really is. And that's why I think time travel is indeed possible, because we're in a simulation. And someone was mentioning in the chat room earlier, oh, these, you know, some people don't believe that space exists, but they believe in astrology. Yeah, absolutely. Because if you're looking at astrology would not be as accurate as it is unless we're talking about a computer simulation where all of it is just zeros and ones. All of it's code.
There's something there. I don't think that it's what we're told. I don't think there's other large bodies that are millions of light years away that we're seeing their light coming all the way over here. That sounds like a load of bullshit to me. And if it wasn't a load of bullshit, there'd be no reason for the space agencies to have to fake it over and over again. I mean, they're caught in lie after lie after lie after lie. So, you know, it's cherry picking information from bad sources. You're like, okay, well, this information I'm going to take from this bad source.
I wouldn't even call them lies. It's just more like them talking out of their butts.
Yeah. They're just making stuff up. Yeah.
That's a good way to look at it, too. Space is inside of us. It's inner space.
Inner space,
I
not
mean,
outer space.
Even Dr. Rick Strassman, he wrote a second book besides DMT, the Spirit Molecule, called Inner Paths to Outer Space.
Right.
You got to go in to go out. You got to go up to go down. You got to go left to go right.
Right. And
I like to think, like, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, no, please.
Like, I always thought, like, well, not always, but for a long time, I thought science is what you do when you have no idea what you're doing. You know?
That's a good way to look at it. Now, if they could, if the scientists would sit back, like Dr. Rick Strassman, take some psychedelics, take some DMT, use both worlds. But you know what I've wondered, too? We were looking at some microscopic photographs, and there's a whole other world down there. I wonder if DMT actually takes you into that microscopic world.
Space.
Yeah, the microscopic space.
Yeah.
Because it looks very similar to very similar to the DMT
I call it a
realm.
microcosm or a pocket dimension. But yeah.
That's true.
I love it.
Well, you know, this is going to come in really handy. This whole conversation is going to come in really handy whenever we go to the next site, because the next site is going to involve having to be in two places, our consciousness having to be in two places at the same time. And with a simulation,
I'm going to be there with you.
Everybody's
going to be there with us.
Yep.
You know, and
we need everybody to be there with us. I mean,
really
everybody was with us when we went to Egypt and activated the Great Pyramid. We couldn't have done it without the team. I mean, that's what it's all about.
We're in a simulation, so you actually are as close to me right now as Chris is. And everyone, even if they're on the other side of the globe, is actually,
I'm glad you can feel that,
right next to me at any given time. We just don't realize it. The space and time are completely irrelevant. Actually,
the threads of fate that hold everything together are so fine, but they could. I mean, they stretch it and create this static. You know, it's just made up of one thread. Each one of those little static pixels is one thread, and it's just so profound.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
I love talking to you guys about it.
Likewise, man.
Likewise.
Anything else on your mind?
Yeah, are you guys familiar with, like, Masonic agendas or anything like that?
I haven't really. I've heard of a lot of agendas.
Yeah. Do you want to hear my opinion on Masonic agendas and Illuminati agendas and everything like that? I don't know about much about the Illuminati agendas, but I know from the people I've met that are Masons, there is no Masonic agenda except to do a bake sale next week or to, have dinner and what they're going to eat. And they can barely pull that off. And so to me, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, I met this Mason, right? He was drunk. And he was telling me about it. He got pulled over by the police. So it's about 10:30 at night, and he's drunk, heading home, or heading somewhere in his car. He gets pulled over by the police, and the officer comes out and he asks him, "Where are you going?" And he goes, "I'm going to hear a lecture on masonry." And he goes, "At 10:30 at night?" He goes, "Yeah, my wife's going to give me a lecture as soon as I get home." No, I haven't been able to substantiate any of this stuff.
That's a zinger.
So I haven't been able to substantiate any of this stuff. And a couple of years back, we had Dennis McKenna on. Back in, I think it was like 2010. We've had him on several times since then. But this one particular show that really stuck out to me. And back then, I was really conspiracy-minded. And I told him, I said, what do you think about the Illuminati, New World Order agenda, so on and so forth? And he said, look, man, he said, nobody is in control. He said, people are just clutching at straws, trying to maintain some kind of control or trying to just, get on, try to hold this bull somehow and hold on as with whatever way they can. And the more that I get away from that particular moment in time and move more towards where we are now, the more I start to wonder if maybe that's actually the truth. And it's got to be, it's so.
If you gotta ask, man,
Well, it's either so extremely organized that we have no chance whatsoever of
getting control
back because they just have it totally locked down, or nobody's in control, one or the other. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on the Masonic agenda?
Well, I think, whatever oppressive type of, I don't know, rules they put in place aren't going to last. Nothing ever lasts. And, I don't know. I feel it's more of they're more of an organization based on, I think they do have certain agendas that they do push. Maybe a little bit of controlled opposition, displacement.
It could be. It could be. I mean, I don't know. I've met a handful of Masons. I don't know if I should say this, but
not to say they're all bad.
Well, a lot of them that I've met are kind of dense. Like they don't think any deeper than what's in front of them. And I've asked a few about deeper esoteric stuff, and I mean I don't even scratch the surface when I ask these kind of people the questions. Robert is the only one that I've met, well, a couple of others, but Robert's the only one that really gets like so deep into the esoteric and into the fundamental principles of reality.
And even he seems a little apprehensive, honestly. To my eye.
Sometimes, I mean, he is a Mason and he's taken an oath, so I understand, there's some things that he can't talk about, and we respect that completely.
No, you should only comprehend. You don't need to understand anything.
Yeah. But that's a good point. Yeah, understand. Yeah,
understand.
Yeah. Comprehend, not understand.
Mm-hmm.
Well said. Well said.
Appreciate.
Mike. Definitely. We've got several other callers on the line, though, so we're going to let you go. But thank you so much for calling in.
It was a nice conversation.
Likewise.
It was.
Love you, brother. Take care.
All right. Next caller, we have wireless from Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia, you are on the air. How are you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey,
we can.
How are you? What's your name?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear us?
Uh-oh.
I think she might be calling from
Gabby.
a parallel universe. Gabby!
Gabby
Hi,
calling
Gabby.
from Richmond. Can you hear me?
Gabby, how are you doing this evening?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I should unmute, right? Or take off speaker. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, you are on the air.
I am so excited. I have missed you guys so much while you've been gone. But, of course, understanding that you have your things to do and new studio and new gig or a new house and everything, I'm sure, was crazy. But every Saturday night, I would get excited and go on to see if I was going to catch a bit of you.
Aww.
So I'm so glad you're back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, we have an iHeartRadio channel, and it plays Beyond the Veil 24 hours a day, so you can always tune in. And we play a lot of the older stuff that's not on YouTube as well. So we've had some awesome interviews. But we really missed you too, Gabby. We missed everybody here. It has been pretty rough. I took on way too much at once, deciding to move, rebuild a studio, all while Cherie was having shoulder surgery. And I thought, okay, this is a good time. She'll be occupied over there. She'll be in bed most of the time recovering. I can start taking care of this and that and this and that and this and that. And I didn't stop to think to myself, wait a minute, I have to also take care of Cherie at the same time too.
Yes.
But it all got done, and we're hyped up. How has your 2019 been?
We'll move on to a more positive subject. I spent the entire night trying to get on chat. I'm using my son's Apple devices, and I'm telling you, I have so much problem with Apple, but that's neither here nor there either. But I wanted to say I am a nurse, and I had a travel assignment in Providence, Rhode Island for a month. And I had the pleasure of staying in this resort or hotel right in the capital, but it was a previously Masonic temple.
Ooh.
And the bottom floors had these really cool rooms, meeting rooms, but one was set up in the way that the Freemasons would meet to kind of go inward and maybe see where they were going. But there was such a mystical energy in this building. I found it very interesting. So I really enjoyed where you were going with your show tonight. I don't admit this very often, but I became a Catholic and then kind of got away from it. My father was a Mason. My grandfather was. So there was all that kind of post history of my life. And then when I converted to Catholicism, my father felt like I had joined a cult because of the two being such opposite spectrum.
Well, you know, there's a lot of history between the Catholics and the Masons. The Catholics, so the Knights Templar, supposedly where Masonry originated, they used to be the Vatican assassins. And then the Vatican turned on them and had them assassinated on Friday the 13th, which is where you get the Friday the 13th bad luck. Because the Templar supposedly found something, whether it was gold or wisdom or something like that. So there's always been this rivalry between Catholicism and Masonry. So I can see very well how he would think that. But Ratzinger, Cardinal Ratzinger, when he became cardinal, he put a ban on Freemasonry in modern times. I think this was like the late 90s or something like that. And it lasted until he stepped down as Pope. And then the new Pope said, no, it's okay for you to be a Catholic and a Mason at the same time. So it's interesting because Ratzinger was behind a lot of the horrible things that you hear about taking place in the Vatican and in Catholicism as well. So it's funny how they banned that. If you go back through history too, you see like Hitler went after the Freemasons. Whenever a dictator takes over, they go after the Freemasons. So it's funny that they have a tendency to expose things and overthrow governments, which is how our country was founded, by Freemasons who overthrow the British Crown. So I don't know. What do you make of all that?
Well, I'm kind of curious as to about the secrecy. Like, there's such a shroud of secrecy around the entire organization. I know at one point, my son had a friend who was invited him to a couple of the meetings, but you could only go to the very lowest level of the meetings until, you know, you kind of passed their code or whatever it was. So I was very curious why the shroud of secrecy was so, you know, deep.
I don't know. I wish we would have been on with Robert to answer that question, because he would have been perfect to answer that. I will keep that in mind, though, and I'll ask him next time. Next time he's on. I can only speculate.
Can I ask one more quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The last question I had was ayahuasca. I have been captivated by it since I've heard you and Sherry talk about your experiences. By the way, I think that Sherry is the most sweet soul. I am such a big fan. I think I just love her voice and her wisdom, and how she balances your kind of that whatever that karmic sign is. I can't think of the name now.
The yin yang.
But I yes, that's it. Thank you. But at any rate,
She's the 6 to my 9.
Don't have. Yeah, y'all are magic together. But I really relate to Cherie. I don't know how it is that I just feel very blessed that I have discovered you guys. And I actually discovered you through your visit on Clyde Lewis at the Ground Zero.
Oh, fantastic.
Excellent.
You know, that Ready Player One was the name of the show that he titled that. And Robert was talking about Ready Player One tonight. And I was thinking about that show all night long. So it's very synchronistic that that's where you found us. We're so glad you did. Definitely.
Well, I am too. So going back to the ayahuasca, I really feel that I have gotten to a point in my life where I am stuck, literally dead end. I keep making a loop, but I keep ending up, and I feel like that until I unblock myself, that I will not, grow. And, dead. It's just like all I can really focus on is kind of making these great strides and efforts to move past whatever this block is, and then being stuck again. And I don't have the resources to take these adventures. And I was very disappointed when I did a little research on the Kentucky ayahuasca, resort that they do there. And there were quite a deal of expenses associated with that as well. And I just wondered, what can a poor peon do to be able to get through a block? And I do agree that there is, I don't even know how to explain it. Ayahuasca came into my thought waves, if you will, and I began to do research before I even heard of you guys. It's been there for at least 5 years. So I feel like it is the key. I'm just really frustrated that I can't figure out how to get the key to get in the door, if you will.
I understand completely. And let me say this too, you're not a poor peon.
No.
You are a divine being, and you have to always remember that. So we have a guide that tells you how to make it yourself. Now, we would recommend that you do it with somebody that you trust, and have them watch over you while you do it. And if you're brewing it yourself, the first brew may not work. The second brew may not work, just because you've got to get the technique down right. But we've tried to put it out step by step as to how to make it. We've got it down to a science, what pH levels to use on the water and things like that. And I probably need to go back and rewrite it and just simplify it a little bit more, because I went into extreme detail with it. But are you in the YouTube chat room? I can put a link to the guide.
If you go into the YouTube, I will try to get in there. Like I said, I'm using my son's iBook, whatever you call it. And I had initially always used Google when I contacted you guys. And
so are you on the computer right now?
I am on my phone right now.
Okay. If you type in Geohuasca, it's like ayahuasca except Geo instead of AYA.
Geohuasca.
Geohuasca. If you type that into Google,
Actually, I do have that, and I do have your download on that. I was unclear as to how you would get the particular plants that would be necessary.
I would look on eBay.
Yeah.
And eBay has a lot of sellers that are selling different components, and they all have reviews. And so you can look at the reviews. Now, there is a website that I would recommend, and I don't know if I should, but I'm going to anyways. It's called, and everybody's been asking me this question for years, but I think it's just time that we talk about it. It's a website called beautifulacacia.com. This guy gets all his stuff. He goes out and he actually chops it down himself.
Yeah.
We got a batch one time that was a little weaker, and he wound up sending us a replacement immediately. Customer service was impeccable.
Yeah.
Beautifulacacia.com is where I would recommend. So we might edit that out of the archive, but I felt like a few people out there needed to hear that.
And if you're talking about spiritual or emotional blocks, I would look into doing a birth chart for myself if I were you. I don't know if you've ever heard of astrology.
What is that?
It's basically it's astrology, but it's instead of just being about your sun sign or anything like that, it covers all of the planets and where the planets were when you were born. And then that can tell you what kind of person you are and what you actually need in order to get past some of these blocks. And it can tell you so much about yourself. So you just Google birth chart and it will take you to a website where you can put in what date and time you were born and where you were born. And then it'll come up with all the information that you would need in order to get past those blocks.
Yeah.
So
sometimes what we need is to just sit and sharpen our swords.
That's true.
And I've gone through this process for years at a time, and I get so bored and so tired. And
I'm tired of it.
I'm tired of sharpening my sword. I want the next adventure. Yeah. So it could be just a matter of it's time for you to just sit there and sharpen your sword. But maybe with the working with Aya, it will help to sharpen that sword even more. So if you do decide to do it, please call back in. Let us know how the experience was, because we're really, really interested to know.
In all due respect, I have been sharpening my sword for so long. And I am like, oh my gosh, let me tell you. But I guess on the most real level, I will just say I fell in love like a soulmate, like what you guys have, that kind of relationship that it was spiritual, it was physical, it was emotional, it inspired me to be the best version of myself. And I literally felt like I had fallen into another life, or the movie Life, or I don't even know. And everything in my life had meaning, and it was just so incredible. And then it went away, and when it did, it was like and this has been 12 years now, and I almost feel like that. I'll use the word God, that God has an ironic sense of humor to let you experience something that magical and then to not ever find it again. And that has been like, despite any attempts I make at continuing to be my own, I don't know, shaman, to be a seeker, to be an observer, to care for people, to seek to be a better human in all manner. I've studied and done nothing but try to make life better for anyone around me or but this has always haunted me. This love that I felt for this person, and then it went away.
How did it go away? Did the person leave, or did they leave this plane of existence, or?
They're on this planet, and in a way, I feel like that would be easier that way. I mean, there were just a series of events that, we had talked to each other about that in the event that we would have a separation, that anything would come between us, that we would have like safe words and how we would know how to come back together. And it's been this many years and that hasn't worked. I believed he was having sex with one of my best friends. And then there was, just a lot of just bullshit, kind of petty stuff that I don't believe really enters into the whole twin soul thing. It's like when you're really destined to be with someone, you just come through those things.
Well, let me say this real quick. The twin souls, you're not necessarily destined to be with them.
Right.
See, the twin soul is a very, very, very interesting relationship because it challenges every bit of you. It's a mirror of yourself. So you deal with your own stuff while you're also reflecting that to your twin, and your twin is reflecting that back to you. And it's a constant struggle. In most twin flame relationships, you have a runner and a chaser, and one that's running and the other that's chasing. And a lot of times they're not ready to be together in a particular incarnation because it's such a challenging thing. It's not a fun relationship that's harmonious. It's the opposite. It's struggling to find the harmony by breaking yourself down and by transforming yourself. But that's what the twin flame relationship is all about, the transformation of the self.
Right.
And as long as the two are working together on the transformation, they're constantly butting heads, but at the same time merging more and more and more. I mean, Cherie and I, we butt heads all the time.
My God.
I mean, we have some of the most horrendous arguments that you can imagine, because the love that we have for each other also has the opposite end of the spectrum where our passion is so deep that we're brutal with each other with our words.
Sometimes we passionately hate each other.
Yeah, it's like that, but that's the journey, and you have to be ready for that kind of journey. So
it's exactly like ayahuasca. There are lots and lots and lots of plants out there, and some of them are fun. Some of them are just completely let go and enjoy yourself. And that's just like relationships here on Earth. We have all these different relationships, and the twin flame relationship is exactly like ayahuasca in that it is challenging. It is the most challenging relationship because it forces you to see how you are reflected back to you in another person. And so whenever you get angry with them, you have to realize that the only reason why you're so angry with them is because you know that you're like that too. Like, you know that that's exactly how you are. And a lot of people don't like to see that.
What you're mad about at your twin flame is really what's inside of you.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And it forces you to see how you really are. And ayahuasca does the same thing. And that's why so many people don't want to use ayahuasca just on a right off the bat. Oh, no, that's too scary for me. I don't want to. No. That's too serious. I don't like that.
But you know what, Gabby, though? It sounds like you're on the path, though, because
yeah, it does.
Now you're looking inward saying, okay, I'm at this place. I've been stuck at this place. I want to get to the next levels. I want to start breaking down more parts of myself to start building myself up. And that may be the entrance to remerge with that twin flame.
Exactly. And Lisa brought up a good point in the chat. She said, toxic relationship does not equal twin flame. And that's absolutely correct. it's not me and Chris don't have a toxic relationship, because the challenges that we've faced together and the fights that we've had and the arguments and that passionate hatred towards one another has always resulted in both of us growing as people and
leveling up.
And it's strange, but it's absolutely the most rewarding relationship I've ever been in my entire life. So
what are your thoughts, Gabby?
I really believe that it is my twin, and I do believe I do at this point in my life definitely understand the difference between toxic and something that has way more depth. And there were just so many different levels of the relationship, A, that I had never had before, and B, that were so eternal. Like, there was this sense of discovery in so many different aspects, where this relationship took me into a parallel universe. And there was just this truth that was just constantly revealed over. And yes, I understood. I mean, I think even ironically, in the beginning, I knew it was a relationship that was going to take me somewhere I'd never been. And he literally walked me down the stairs because I felt like I was going to fall off a building, because it was that real. It was that different. I knew it was deep. And I mean, I became pregnant and we had a miscarriage. And I think from that moment on, something broke in us, at least from his perspective. And it's like it destroyed me physically, mentally. It's been 12 years and I just dropped the card off in his mailbox to say, like, I am stuck. I am not able to get past this block, and I know that you understand what I'm talking about. Can we just, can I buy you a meal? But there's no response. There's never. He is definitely the runner and I'm the chaser. And, I'm tired of just going, well, you know what? I bet we're going to catch up again in the next lifetime. It's like.
So what's getting in the way? What's getting in the way now? Because I'm just going by what you said earlier, but you mentioned that he was with your best friend. That can be a betrayal. I mean, obviously it is a betrayal. It's a betrayal of the trust. It's a betrayal of all of that.
Right.
But are those kind of emotions getting in the way? And if so, see, those are still internal things that we have to deal with.
I just think that he himself had a lot of inner demons, and we were able to work on something. I mean, we both did, everybody does. And I think he wanted to confront them until they got scarier. And then he wanted to kind of recede back to where he had been. Like, I kind of met him at this place where he wanted to come out of this repeated pattern of hiding and isolating and basically just, living an existence around a substance that wasn't very good for him. And there was a change in what he wanted, and we were able to grow together and spiritually connect in a way.
I understand.
I love.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm 55. I did not think I could still be like this hung up. I've never, ever had a relationship that has lingered like this, nor have I ever had one of this depth. And so I understand its value. I guess
everything is as it should be.
Yep.
And everything is heading to where it's supposed to be. And I think you're taking definitely the right steps to work on the inner parts of yourself, because we can't change anybody else. We can try all day long. All it's going to do is just frustrate the heck out of us. The only thing we can do is change ourselves. That's what I've learned over and over and over again. I mean, you know, there were things Cherie was doing when we first met that was driving me crazy, and there was nothing I could do about it. She had to say, okay, well, I'm gonna see things from a different perspective. Likewise with me too. I mean, there was stuff that I was doing that she was just, it was pissing her off so bad. And the more she pushed, the more I wanted to do what it was. And then there was that aha moment within me going, oh, aha, okay, I have to stop doing this because of this reason.
Realizing that your stuff is your stuff and their stuff is their stuff, and the 3D stuff, it needs to be completely separate, because I can't take responsibility for him or his actions, and he can't do the same with me either. And there can be a beautiful spiritual relationship, an emotional relationship, and even sexual relationship, but that 3D stuff we have to work on our own, and we can only work on our own. We can't work on the other person's. That's their business, that's their stuff, and it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't say anything against the other person in the relationship. It doesn't mean that the other person in the relationship is doing anything wrong. It just means that that person's got stuff they've got to deal with, and you can't even help them deal with that stuff. They have to do it all on their own. And getting rid of that responsibility is actually very freeing on some level. And once we realized, okay, the 3D stuff, we've got to stay out of each other's hair with this, because it's just making us clash together more and more and more. So that was freeing for the both of us. And I mean, I think that's what's kept us together for so long, is just the fact that we're able to see that we have this wonderful relationship from like a higher dimensional perspective, but the 3D stuff, you know, my chronic pain, my illnesses, all that has nothing to do with him. And he can help me a little bit with those things, but he can't take responsibility for that. And I can't do the same with him with the 3D stuff he deals with. And also I wanted to say, we have this idea that if we're with somebody, that we have to be with that person, especially if they're a twin flame. We have to be with that person for this lifetime and for the rest of our lives. And that's not necessarily the case at all. It can, a lot of the time, twin flames come together, they do something beautiful together, or they're together for a specific purpose, and then they branch off and do their own thing for the rest of that lifetime. A lifetime is a heartbeat compared to eternity, and we will come back together with them in a next life. That is going to happen, but you have to be okay with that. And it could be the case if that's what's going on.
What do you think?
When
Abby?
you, if I, and this is a personal question, I know, but when you and Chris came together, like, did either one of you go through a point where you're like, oh, holy shit, this is so real that, like, this is scary as fuck?
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
That was the first thing we did. And Cherie went back home and was like, screw this, and went back to the old mindset and where it was safe. She used to say, I'm going where it's safe. It's safe. And I'm like, what do you mean safe? I don't understand the safe thing. Like, what's not safe? But it was the feelings of familiarity, of wanting to run back to the
comfort zone.
For the first year, I was thinking about my ex, because my ex was the typical Greek girl that mom always wanted me to be with, and so on and so forth. And Cherie's very different from that. And so, there was always that, oh, well, I want to go back to the familiar. I want to go back to the familiar,
right.
Especially as things became more and more challenging and more intense. And what I mean by challenging is having to look within and start fixing things within myself, because I didn't want to face some of the parts of myself. And luckily, we had ayahuasca to work through all of the stuff with us together. And,
Yeah.
you know, we there were many times, I mean, even just as recent as coming back from Egypt, we came back from Egypt and I was like, okay, I guess this is the end of the road. You've got this journey to go down. I've got this journey to go down. We've got to separate at this point because we're moving in different directions. But, you know, we both took the initiative and said, okay, well, we're going to move together instead of moving in
Let's
separate.
move
Yeah.
back and towards the same path.
It's constantly asking ourselves, you know, is this the end of the path or is this the beginning of the new? And so everything that you're experiencing and saying is very familiar to us. We usually don't talk about this kind of stuff, but it's important for people to fully understand what the twin flame relationship really is, because it's also the ability to be able to go, okay, well, this is where our paths end.
Right.
She came back from Egypt in a lot of pain. She needed shoulder surgeries and she thought she needed neck surgeries as well. And I was thinking, well, this is going to be a 2-year process here. I've got to keep going. I've got to, you know, and then I fell into a depression when we came back because I felt like, well, maybe this is the end of the road, not only for us, but, you know, for the journey. We've done what we came here to do. And, but then we found that spark again and refired everything and reset everything. But I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling at this point, but no, it's a constant. It's a journey for sure.
It's a journey, whether it's alone or with their twin flame or with someone else. It's always a journey.
But it's that maturity too of being able to say. So in the case of Cherie, she said, "Well, you know, I'm gonna require a lot of surgical work over the next couple of years, and I don't want to drag you down that road with me, and I don't want to stop you from doing what you need to do here. So I'm willing to go my separate way and go where I need to go heal while you can continue doing work and so on and so forth." And we almost made that agreement, and then I realized, well, I can't do this without her. And so, you know, we just have to struggle through everything together. And then the great news popped on us that her neck doesn't need work. And we were like, oh, that's fantastic. Because it was, we went through some stuff over the last 8 months.
But, and
well, and one of the things I remember, Chris, you talked about when you got back or when you were in Egypt was that feeling like, okay, this thing that was right there was so beautiful and magical, but that you needed to keep going and kind of almost come back to a place that didn't seem as, I don't want to use the word fun, but real. Maybe. And I went through that as well, too. I had a near-death experience where it seemed that transitioning to the next level was going to be more beneficial and easier, if you will. But I chose to stay. And it's like I kind of almost find myself regretting that choice. Like, well, you know, what did I stick it out for? I mean, I know I've grown, yes, and I know that ultimately that's what it's about, but there are just so many things that you guys say when you talk that just will kind of go, they will help me to know that these thoughts I have aren't as crazy as they can feel sometimes, you know?
Thank you for saying that, because that's why we do what we do, is to share our journey and inspire others and let others know that they're not alone in the journey. I mean, everybody is moving through this maze of reality that we're in, and that's why we have the BTV team, the BTV family, and it's amazing. We couldn't do this without you guys and gals, and from what I'm hearing, it's an equal flow of energy. It's remarkable to hear that, Gabby. You made my night by saying that. Thank you so much. But
you guys are awesome.
It's part of the journey.
Angels.
We're here. We're all here together, and we're all trying to figure this shit out together. So, I think you're right on track.
And I'm so glad you're back.
Oh,
so glad you're back.
We are too.
We've got several other callers, and we're running over time, so we're going to let you go.
Yeah,
but
and I feel bad I've tied up so much time, but thank you.
Not at all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Love you. Take care.
Love
Have
you.
a great night.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Gabby. All right, let me mute this, and then we have.
Wow, I just poured my soul out.
Yeah, we both did. All right, next caller. We've got tons of callers here. So we've got Janina from Illinois. Janina, you are on the air with us. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, hi. Oh, my name's not Janina. This is Eminem from the chat room.
Oh,
Yeah.
hello, Eminem. Eminem? Is it Eminem?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, how are you?
How are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you guys? Yeah, I just started growing my own mimosa.
Oh,
At home.
that is awesome.
That is awesome.
So,
Yeah.
how far along is it? And I'm really curious. I mean, we're not at that point yet, obviously, but I'm really curious to know how the experience is because you're growing it with love. So you're putting all your intention into the growing process, not only the brewing process. That's going to be an amazing, amazing, amazing journey.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're about 2 weeks along. They're tiny little seedlings, and it's actually a very hard plant to keep alive because, you know, I'm in a very cold climate, and my house has to be really hot and, you know, humid right now. So they're coming along, though. I wrote love, actually, and, like, painted little hearts on, like, my sprayer bottle for them because, you know, how water picks up the energy of whatever words are by it. So, yeah, I'm working on.
So we were in Texas. We were in Texas and we were growing cannabis. And I would go and I would sing to them and I would play my guitar and all of that. And the neighbor came over and he knocked on the door. He said, "Hey, you left your lights on." And this was when they started to bud. So you could smell it. And it was our first time doing anything like that. So we didn't know you needed air filters and, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. So the neighbor comes knocking on the door. "Hey, you left the lights in your car on." And I said, "Oh, thanks." You know, I went outside. "Hey," you know, so I started shaking hands with him. He asked me, "What kind of business are you in?" And I started talking to him. And I said, "Oh, what kind of business are you into?" And he says, "I'm the chief of police." And I was like, "Oh, fantastic." He lived right across the street. And I go, "Is this a pretty safe neighborhood?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah, you're surrounded by cops. There's a cop that lives right behind you. The 3 houses down, there's another cop. There's another cop. Nobody's going to mess with this neighborhood." I'm like, "Oh, well, wonderful. That is so great to hear."
Oh, my God.
And Cherie goes downstairs and cuts them all down. She's like, "No, I swear that he must have smelt it on us. I mean, I could smell it just coming out of the house." So.
Every time I'd come home from going grocery shopping, it would smell like a bodega in there.
Yeah.
And I would go, "Oh my God."
So yeah, our neighbor across was the chief of police, and he was a Mason on top of that. I remember seeing him driving down the street and having the square and compass on the back of his car, but yeah, you just reminded me of that story. But anyways, what else is on your mind?
I actually called in because I wanted to talk about a recurring dream that I've been having.
Excellent.
Maybe you guys will have insight into it. Yeah, it started in 2013, and I've had it several times. And I don't know if I saw the AI or what I saw because I only found your guys' channel 2 months ago, and it has had a tremendous impact on me. So I was lucky to find it while you guys were on break, so I could, you know, catch up on all the older shows. And I've been listening, and nothing has resonated with me as deeply as, you know, Beyond the Veil has yet, because I've been experiencing Mandela effect for about 3 years now, and I've had really weird time shifts just in my own personal life. And, you know, a lot of things have just gotten very, like, low in graphics. Like the sky for me, like, looks absolutely simulated. And just like Chris, you know, I am very convinced that something is going on with this reality, that, you know, it's probably a simulation, or it's not what we think it is at all. And I thankfully found your guys' channel. And so the dream that I have is, like, I'm in the desert and there's, like, sand all around, but the sky is purple, and there are pyramids there, but they're like black obsidian or onyx, and they're shining and they're spinning. And, like, the goal is to get to the top of these pyramids.
That is very interesting, because as soon as you said that, I got this flash of almost like a memory of a purple sky.
And I could see the black pyramids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a place somewhere. I don't know where it is. You just sparked something.
Maybe multidimensional.
But the goal is to get to the top of the pyramids. What do you make of that, Sheree?
Yes, and sometimes
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, and sometimes there are other people there. Sometimes I'm alone. So that's kind of interesting. And I can never really see the other people's faces. But yeah, this has been on my mind, to talk to you guys about this dream since I started listening and, see what you make of it. Maybe it's one of the higher dimensions, and
I think it is.
The AI. I
was actually just thinking that because about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, I started talking about an experience I had where I went into what I called the 9th dimension. Now, obviously, there wasn't a elevator that you get off of and you're like, oh, welcome to the 9th dimension. It's just kind of intuitively kind of pick up on where it is. And it was purple, and it was a purple background. The figures there were black because they were kind of shadow. There was buildings. The buildings were shadows as well. They were black. The pyramids were black as well. And what happened is I started traveling back and forth to this place in my experiences, but the first few times I was only seeing purple and black because my perception wasn't broad enough to be able to see what was actually there. And through the progression, I actually was able to see the true forms of these buildings by going back several times, raising my frequency, and it became like a brilliant gold. And the pyramids that I know what you're speaking of are this brilliant gold shining light, but it was the same space. The only difference is that my vibration had changed, so I was perceiving it differently. I don't know if that makes any sense or plays into any of this, but I'm wondering if the recurring dream is going to keep on recurring, but at the same time, while it's recurring, it's going to broaden and you'll be able to see more and more and more details of this place.
Yeah, I would love to, because, the first time I ever had it, I just remember being really scared, but, knowing that I had a mission and, I was completely sober, it was just a dream. In my life, I've only, smoked a couple cigarettes, and that's pretty much been it. Other than, when I started listening to you guys, I got really interested in ayahuasca and psychedelics because, this reality is malfunctioning, and we're seeing it. We're really waking up, and
well, I can tell by your energy that you definitely have a mission here. When you said that, it just resonated like, okay, this is somebody that is definitely on the level and definitely feeling the calling of something, not necessarily ayahuasca, but something awakening within you. I think it's all, we came in here with all this information. It's just been dormant inside of us. And for us in particular, ayahuasca was the awakening part of it. The psychedelics helps us tap into it a little bit more, but it's different for everybody.
Well, and not only that, but I just wanted to point out that when you're dreaming, when you're hardcore dreaming, your brain is releasing DMT. Sometimes it's so much DMT that you forget your dreams. You ever forget your dreams? You wake up and you're like, oh my God, that was a crazy dream. And within 30 seconds to a minute, it's gone. That's a heavy, heavy dose of DMT that's been released. Now, when it's a moderate or a light dose of DMT, you can remember your dreams really, really well. And it sounds like what's happening is when you're dreaming, your brain's releasing the DMT and you're having a DMT trip. And you just think it's a dream, but really you're having a trip during these times. And the reason why it's happening over and over and over again is because it's part of your mission. That has something to do with your mission, that you need to remember this. And so I don't want to say higher self, because there really isn't a higher self. Your raw consciousness is saying, listen, you need to remember this. This is very important. This is part of you. This is part of something that is very important to you in the real world or outside of this matrix reality. And you need to remember this. So I would suggest, I know you're not into drugs, but
oh no,
ayahuasca DMT is not a drug at all. It's something that could very well help you get more information out of this realm that able to tap into while you're dreaming, but you need to have more control over it.
You know, I've been trying to think of something that's a little easier than ayahuasca. Mushrooms, of course. I wanted to recommend that to the last caller to maybe look for mushrooms instead of ayahuasca, because the preparation, there's no preparation. All you do is just eat it. But mushrooms, I mean, if you can get a hold of them, that would be definitely a good way to step into it. You know, salvia comes to mind, but salvia is kind of wacky. It's not really, I mean, it's good to kind of dip your toes into the psychedelic realm. It only lasts about 5 or 8 minutes. And so it's really quick acting. It's legal in most places. I think it's illegal in one state, but in most states, you can just buy it at the smoke shop or something like that.
But you have zero control over the experience when you're talking about salvia.
Salvia is wacky,
But when you're talking about mushrooms, especially a moderate dose of mushrooms or a light dose of DMT, that's completely controllable, and you know what you're doing the whole time. With salvia, with me anyway, salvia is.
You know what I'm
thinking? You don't
thinking,
even remember that you smoked it. And that bothers me.
You know what I'm thinking is that you said that you're having a lot of this in the dream state. And so I'm wondering if maybe lucid dreaming would be a path that you could explore. We've had a few guests on in the past talking about lucid dreaming and being able to pull out information through lucid dreaming in the same sense that that we do in ayahuasca. So you go back to this place, and this time you have control over what's going on instead of just being a viewer. And then you can navigate different places, maybe talk to some of the other people that you're encountering in these states.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever tried talking to the people? Have you ever tried talking to the people? I know they don't have faces, so it would be kind of hard. But have you ever tried talking to them in your dream?
No, like I said, I don't really remember my dreams that well, to be honest. So you guys are right. I do need to do a lot more work on lucid dreaming. This is just one dream that when I have it, it is very vivid, and I remember it every time I have it because it scared me.
Well, in the past, when we've interviewed people about lucid dreaming, this
David J. Brown.
Yeah, the first step is to write your dreams down. Like as soon as you wake up, just keep a journal and just write down whatever you can remember. And when you get in the habit of doing that, you'll start to remember more and more and more. And then that's how you step into the lucid dreaming, because and then you do cues to yourself. So 5, 6, 10 times a day, whatever, you ask yourself, am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? And get in the habit of asking yourself if you're dreaming, and then you start doing it while you're in the dream as well. And then, oh, wait, I am dreaming. Oh, so since I'm dreaming, I have control of this
let's
experience.
take control of this, and let's steer this in the direction of, okay, what can I do with this? What am I wanting to remember here? What is most important about this that I actually need to remember, instead of just the basics of it? Okay, what am I doing? You know, and then steer it in the direction that you want to steer it in, instead of just being a casual observer of the dream. Now you're an actor in the dream.
So the question I have for you, Em, is what do you think the pyramids are?
Yes.
Good question.
To be honest, right now, reflecting on it, I think it might be like the type of work that you guys are doing, you know, trying to get out of the matrix, finding that path out, honestly, because like you guys have repeated in several shows, you know, it's up to all of us to, you know, wake ourselves up, find our own ways out, remember who we are outside of the matrix, and, you know, find our own, you know, backdoor admin places, and, you know, learn this place inside and out, so that when it's time to get out, we're able to get out.
I just thought of another ayahuasca experience that I had. Okay, so I've talked about this before, and I'm wondering if maybe this layout sounds kind of familiar. So I went to this place, and there were 9 pyramids right in front of me. There was a purple sky, 9 black pyramids. Does that sound familiar at all?
Yes, I remember there being a lot of them. I don't think I've counted them, just because I don't know. I'm not like a very active participant in my dreams yet.
Okay.
Like I'm just beginning with things like this. Yeah, but that sounds right because I remember there being a lot of them.
Okay. So in this experience, what happened is I encountered Isis, and she was a purple beam of light, which is why we have the purple behind Cherie. And she handed me a microchip. And she said, don't be afraid of the form. She said, it's only a representation that you'll understand. She said, take this and put this in any part of your brain that you want to put it in. And 9 pyramids appeared in front of me. And those 9 pyramids were symbolic. And I only learned this in hindsight after, you know, a year, 2 years of analyzing the situation. They were each different parts of my brain. And I knew instinctively to go to the middle pyramid, go down underneath, and there was a place I want to be tapped in to everything. And so that was the representation of being tapped in. So I'm wondering if this place with the pyramids is actually inside of your mind, your brain. And it's the different parts of your brain.
Right. And I just got a glimpse of that just by being lucky, I guess.
Interesting.
It could be that you're looking inside of your consciousness in general, like your body matrix, your form at its, you know, deepest level of who you are inside. That, I mean, that could be what you're seeing, or it could be a completely different dimension that's part of this matrix. I'm not sure, but please get back to us when you start becoming more and more proficient at this lucid dreaming stuff, because we really would like to hear your thoughts as time progresses.
I think you're onto something.
Yeah, I think she is too.
Right. Yeah, and it would make sense because I started having it actually right when I had to move out of my, you know, family home and go off to college. So that was like a big shock to me. And that's right when it began. And that would make sense because I'm like on this independence journey of, you know, discovering myself, leaving home. So, I mean, that would make a lot of sense.
You are freaking awesome.
I also wanted, thank you. You guys are too. Honestly, listening to you guys is the first time I have felt like any sense of normalcy, to be honest, in years, you know, since the Mandela effect really started back a few years ago for most of us in 2015 or 2016. And finally, when I, you know, heard especially like Chris's videos on like NPCs and everything, it's like things just started clicking and it started making sense. And, you know, I knew that you guys you're really onto something, and you have seen this place for what it is. And also, totally off topic, but back in March, when you guys were saying that there was this, or no, sorry, back in October, when you guys were saying there was this thing attached to the dome of the Matrix, I think I saw it right before I fell asleep. It was, I started falling asleep and I saw this gigantic, very dark, like octopus. It just flashed into my mind, and it had like rows and rows of teeth. And it was just this enormous thing. And I also was feeling very like low energy and really sick in October myself. Like I was sleeping almost all day. And again, it was, during the, right when you're about to fall asleep or right when you're about to wake up, I've had a lot of flashes of that, like monster.
That in-between place.
I mean, it sounds silly, but like,
oh, the in-between place. Stranger Things.
Upside down.
No, they call it the in-between?
No, they call it the upside down.
Oh, they call it the upside down. Oh, never mind. Yeah. I thought they called it the in-between. Okay. But yeah, that in-between place is a very interesting state of consciousness, for sure.
Because all the facade of this reality kind of falls away right in that place that you get right when you're about to fall asleep. And, you know, when there's sometimes when you have, like you get jolted awake right before you're about to fall asleep. I hate it when that happens, but it's in that state that this reality ceases to exist and the dream world hasn't started yet. That's when you're at your peak of knowing what this reality is, in my opinion.
Yep.
I agree.
Anything else on your mind?
Right now, no. I just wanted to, you know, let you guys know what I've been experiencing and get your takes on it, since you've been working with ayahuasca for decades now. And
awesome.
yeah.
Cool.
Well, thank you for calling
Call
in.
us back. Let us know how the journey progresses. I think you're at the beginning. It's opening up right now.
Yeah.
So as time progresses, and it's going to happen very, very quick, more and more and more information is going to start flooding in. I mean,
And please share that with us.
The floodgates are open. So
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, I
all right.
yeah, I want to remember all my past lives and everything.
Awesome. And keep us up to date on the growth,
On how the growing is
yeah,
going.
because that is so
Oh, I
cool.
will. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys totally inspired me to do it, and I couldn't be more grateful.
Oh,
That is awesome.
that is amazing.
Love you. Have a great evening.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I love you guys too.
Take care.
Good night.
All right.
Oh,
So
she was so sweet.
yeah, she was.
That's so awesome. Growing little mimosas. We need to grow little mimosas.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
All right. We have Adria in Huntsville, Texas. Adria, welcome to the show.
No, isn't it? My name's not Andreas.
Yeah. You gotta stop using the names on the call board,
All right,
sweetie, because they're never right.
All right.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
Huntsville,
I'll just say,
Texas.
you know.
I'll just say where they're from. Huntsville,
Yeah.
Texas. You're on the air.
Yeah, all right. I just want to talk about the flat Earth thing. Like, if you look at Sumerian texts, they say they show all the planets and stuff and like their positions in space. So I was just wondering, like what do you think about that?
I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting, but yeah, and then there was also another culture called the Dogons who also talk about like, you know, all the planets and stuff. I also thought that was like pretty like.
Yes, but
cool.
what are the planets?
And,
though?
yeah,
that's the question. There's no denying that they're there. The only question is what are they? Are they big bodies that are, you know, inaccessible to us and we can't ever get to them and we have to fake photographs of them, or are they something else?
Well, I'm not sure. They just showed like all the planets, like even planets that like we couldn't see, like, you know, like Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, like all the and Nibiru. Like a lot of the planets that we couldn't even like see until like recent times. So
well, the only one we couldn't see until recently was Pluto, which was discovered in, I want to say, the late 1930s. The Sumerian tablets were translated in the 70s by Zechariah Sitchin, who was one of many people who translated it. The interesting thing about Sitchin is he didn't have any kind of background or anything like that in Sumerian. He just kind of learned it by himself, decoded it, and wrote a bunch of books. Most of the scholars who have decoded the Sumerian tablets would disagree with Sitchin's translations, and they would take big leaps. But on the same note, people like Michael Heisner, for example, we've had him on the show before. He's made blatant misrepresentations of Sitchin's work, and when I called him out on it, he kind of stuck by it and doubled down on it. And I said, well, that's not even what Sitchin is saying in this point. So, you know, it's kind of hard to tell, but it's hard to tell too if the tablets are allegory, if they, you know, were actually existed, or perhaps they're a history of something that was injected into the matrix. So if we are living in a computer simulation, which I know, like I said before, 120%, I'm sure we are living in a computer simulation.
Yeah,
you would have to have elements of the computer simulation that are real to make it seem real. So you build a video game, Grand Theft Auto, for example, and it's in San Andreas. Well, there's actual buildings that exist in San Andreas, but it does, and different histories, but it doesn't mean that those histories existed within that game itself. They were taken from the real world, injected into the matrix to make it seem that much more real. So the Sumerian tablets, for example, could have been histories that were brought in just to make it seem a little more real, or they could just be allegory.
Oh yeah,
I really don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, honestly believe that because because I had visions of like like my past life and stuff like that, and the history of my like the true universe that we're actually from is not like it's not here. It's like on a different like dimension. And this is pretty much foreign like to like us in general because like yeah we don't really pretty much like no one pretty much likes it here because like it's not basically like our original state,
Well, I mean,
and
it's
that's why
like
we have so many people die from
if you put an animal in a cage and you put him in a zoo,
Yeah.
you can put plants there, you can put all kinds of stuff like it, but it's still going to be a concrete
Yeah,
cage for them, and it's just going to be a simulated environment of where they came from, and they're going to go crazy. I mean, you hear about these cases like this mama elephant that killed her baby and then ran into the wall and killed herself because she was just so sick and tired of being in that freaking cage. And I feel like that's where we're at right now, trapped in some kind of virtual simulation reality that we're all just trying to get out, and even at the cost of slamming our heads against the wall just because we just can't take it anymore.
Yeah, I feel you 100%. Yeah. Most scientists even starting to believing that we live in a simulation now because of like the double slit experiment of where like when they observe like the atoms that they shoot through this like device, they behave like regular matter, right? And then like when they're not observing it, it acts like frequencies and stuff like that. So
yeah.
I thought that
And
was like
well,
pretty,
not only that, but atoms, they can communicate with each other faster than the speed of light. And it's like, well, you can't do that unless there's some other way that they're communicating because they're actually in the same space and the space isn't as vast as we believe it to be. The one that really got me was Professor Gates, and we're going to try to get him on the show. I don't know why we didn't think to have him on the show before, but he discovered a computer code within the fabric of space-time. And this computer code is a guy from the 1940s named Claude Shannon, who he's the one, the father of robotics is what they call him. He's the one whose computer code they discovered within string theory. And then you couple that with psychedelics, because what he did is he took this data, inserted it into a computer, spat out a visual representation of this data, and he called them adinkras. And these adinkras look exactly like hyperspace. They look exactly like the psychedelic realm, which made me go, wait a minute. What we're doing when we take psychedelics is we're decoding the matrix in a different way. And that's why the computer's spitting out the same visuals as we're getting in the psychedelic realm. Boom, we are in a simulation, no doubt about it. As Elon Musk said, there's a 1 in a billion chance that we're not living in a simulation. Yeah, so then, the idea of flat or round, then it becomes kind of irrelevant at that point, because a simulation is going to be whatever we observe it to be. So some people
really
observe it. Some people see a little bit past the illusion, but still, I mean, the idea of flat Earth, it's an interesting concept to question your reality, but I don't think this thing is flat. I don't think it's round either. I think it's just zeros and ones.
Yeah, it just gives you the illusion of that, it's 3D, but it's really not,
Yes, exactly.
Like,
that's how a hologram works. A hologram is a 3-dimensional illusion projected on a 2-dimensional surface. Boom, that's how you get flat Earth and sphere.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like they have like technologies on us, like from other dimensions and like in other frequencies and stuff like that. Like the chakra systems and all the other, stuff like that. But what else I want to talk about? Yeah, I want to talk about like like astrology and stuff like that. Like particularly like Vedic astrology, because it talks about like the matrix as well. Like except you have to kind of like be like kind of know the basics already to even like understand that part of it. Well, but like basically it says like there's like the north node of the moon in regular astrology.
Cherie's the astrologer, so I'll let her take it.
Oh yeah, Cherie, yeah. Well, like there's this entity called like Rahu, which is basically the north node of the moon, and it's linked into like Saturn. And then the south node is linked into Mars. So like basically Rahu is basically the shadow side of Saturn apparently, and it's hooked into like the north node of the moon. And it basically kind of eclipses us in like the Mayan matrix. and then Mars puts us in the body matrix. It's the so Rahu is the head of the snake, and then Ketu is what it's called for Mars is the stomach, like the body. And Rahu is like the mind, right? The mind's never satisfied. It always needs to it always needs something to I don't know, experience, And then like the stomach is never like, and then the stomach is like never like I don't know. It just I just thought it was interesting how like Hindu astrology incorporated like
the body
matrix
as above, so below.
Mm-hmm.
It's always as above, so below. I think when we go inside, we find a whole nother universe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the real space is. That's where real outer space is inside.
Right. On a microscopic level.
Yeah, we like the real, like, like creators, like we of the like this reality in general, because they just piggybacking off us, feeding off our energies and stuff like that. Because I never had like psychedelics and stuff, but the closest thing I probably had was maybe like acid, and I never really experienced anything like like spectacular. I just seen like colors and like just a little few like weird things here and there, but like nothing like really like mind blowing. But like I first had my spiritual awakening like back in like 2014. I was like 19 years old at the time, and like it just hit me out of nowhere. Where it first started was, I started seeing like the 1111s a lot. Like I see them everywhere. Like it was just pretty much bugging me at the point, and like eventually like I got hit with the awakening, and basically my heart center. That's what George calls it. This is before I even knew about like George Cavazos. And I had awakened something in my heart center. It just crept up out of nowhere, and it was like it was a peaceful, calm sensation. I just can't like really describe it, and it just increased rapidly, like within the course of like a week, like exponentially, like to a point where I can see like slightly beyond like the veil of the matrix, and I can see the reptilians. Like the reptilians were like inside of like or inside of like everything, like inside all like everybody, like no one's like really exempt, and like I can just see like the slits, like the overlay. I can see like the slits in the eyes, and like I can see people with a higher. I can see this reality, like I want to say a higher frame rate, like a higher resolution, put it like that, and you can pretty much see like how everybody like moves robotic.
You can see some people don't have a spark inside of them. They're just I call them NPCs, non-player characters.
Just like empty shells.
And there's some that they're part of the Matrix, the reptilians as you call them, which are kind of like virus-infected programs, virus-infected NPCs walking around the board as well. And they're, sucking resources off of everything within the Matrix and the real players on top of that as well. And then I can recognize the real players. A lot of the callers that we've had, I recognize right off the bat, like, okay, this is another organic consciousness right here. It's remarkable. So I totally feel you 100%, man.
Yeah. And my head was like really clear, and I quickly discovered like that thoughts in general, like really on our thoughts, they're like programs pretty much repeat itself. Like thoughts and like language in general is like just a program. And like when my head finally cleared, like my higher self was showing me like or raw consciousness, if you want to call it that, was like showing me like it doesn't speak to you in like language or nothing like that. It speaks to you like from like it just showed you, you know what I'm saying? And it's like a higher vibrational emotion. It's not like it's completely disconnected from this reality, Like if you were to meet like let's say someone like that, like they would just seem completely like disconnected, You can't really like tune into like their energy,
Mm-hmm.
And that would just seem off, you know what I'm saying? Like to I say a programmed person looks at a person like that, they'll just seem like, to them they'll seem like an off person, you know, or like a detached person. But in reality, you know, you're just accessing a different plane, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My higher self was just showing me, like, you know, a lot of things, and at the 11s, like when I hit my awakening point, just completely like intensified, and like I was just seeing them, like they were just in my face, dude. Like it was so crazy, and yeah, I was just getting like little glitches. Like every time the clock would hit 11, because when I used to work at like the airport, I used to catch the bus, and every time the clock would hit like let's say 1:11, right, there would be someone walking past me at the exact moment every single day, every time. It was so crazy. I was like, what? Or like whenever it hit like 11:11, like someone would just come to me and talk to me about something, like just out of nowhere, like randomly, you know. And like
that means you need to listen.
Completely glitching out.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's funny. There's a video by Insanity is Sanity. I'll pull it up here and put it in the YouTube chat. I've recommended this video. We've played it on the show before. We've had him on the show before as well. I don't know the title of it though. Insanity is Sanity. It's one of the first videos that pops up when you type that in.
Yeah.
It is called What's Going On, AI Takeover, Simulated Reality, and Real Meaning of Numerology. This video sums it all up in 13 minutes. I'm like, holy crap. I couldn't have done a better job myself.
I was watching one of your videos, and I kind of seen some of it. Yeah, he goes like really in.
Yeah, he connects the numerology. He connects the programs. He connects the fact that there's repeating numbers in all kinds of different news articles and events and all this. And he's like, this is either all these people have traveled back to the dinosaur age and constructed all these things based on numbers, or we're looking at a computer program, one or the other. And I'm like, well, we're looking at a computer program, of course.
100%. I 100% believe it was made by the Dracos, because, like I said, like whenever I start seeing like get on like a higher vibration, like it kicks up again. That's immediately what the first thing I start seeing. I start seeing them inside of people, like manipulating people, and like it basically they somehow like channel, like everyone's hooked to like their system and stuff, and they can channel themselves and like everybody, like a lot of people at once, like the Mr. Smith, and yeah, they're like really like sneaky, bro. Like it's crazy. Like they can like mimic anything. That's another thing I found like crazy about. They can mimic like they can go on YouTube right now and make a whole bunch of videos on like raw consciousness and spirituality and all this stuff, but they can still be like Dracos.
Yeah. Yeah,
because,
no,
like,
I agree with you. I've seen these videos, and I don't know if I mean, I'm sure you have too. It's these videos that's like just a series of pictures, and it's got an AI voice reading an article or something like that. And I wonder if it's an AI that's actually creating these videos and putting them out there. Or at the very least, people that are using an automated program pushing articles into them or whatever they're writing up and just pushing these videos out like all automatically. But back to what you were saying about Dracos and things like that. This is why I don't trust anything. I don't trust bluebirds. I don't trust Arcturians. I don't trust any of that bullshit because in my experiences, it's all just been grays who have the ability to shapeshift, and they're shapeshifting and taking on whatever form. I mean, literally anything. And you can call them Dracos or whatever, but I think ultimately, you know, we're dealing with the same thing. Shapeshifters.
I will see mainly reptilians possessing people, but then I will see the grays. Like I will see the grays too as well. I'll get visions of grays. Like they have me on like this headset and shit, and like but it's like on a higher frequency. But I can't like because I was borderline close to that frequency when I was on the higher vibration, right? Yeah, and I will get like visions of like them like just fucking with, like, you know, kind of like fucking with everybody and kind of trying to manipulate me and stuff. That's what they do. They'll try to like, you know, distract you with like a lot of stuff like that.
Well, that's all.
You're right. It could.
I don't mean to cut you off, but let me say this. That's all they can do. All they can do is just implant thoughts, and recognizing them, understanding that they're there, and understanding that those thoughts aren't your own. That's all it takes in order to stay out of their grasp. You've got to have a control of your consciousness. I don't mean to cut it short, but we've got a few more callers. It's getting late. I'm getting freaking tired, but I want to get to all the callers. So we're gonna let you go, brother.
Yeah, the hours.
Awesome. Anything else on your mind, real quick?
Have nice. Oh, anything on my when y'all gonna have like David Icke or like George Cavazos back on?
Oh, we need to get George back on.
We'll definitely get George back on.
I don't really resonate with David Icke too much. He was actually just on with Nikki Colombo over at TFR just last, like 2 days ago. So
you should download the interview.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, TFR is the station that we own. It's up there at the top here, tfrlive.com, up that way. Okay, it's up there. So if you go to the link, tfrlive.com, you'll see the David Icke show right there on the front page. It's free for the first couple of weeks, so make sure you check it out right now if you want to. So awesome, brother. We love you. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, all right.
All right, take care. All right, how many more callers?
We have 3 more callers. We have Nick Bravo.
Nick Bravo. I love that guy.
Is it okay if I say that name?
Yeah, you can say Nick Bravo, but let's just make it a point to not say names.
All right.
What's up, my brother? How are you?
Good. Not much. Just hanging on. Yeah, I can relate to some of the other callers with the weather. It's, the gym is a 45-minute walk, but it's like 0 degrees with snow blowing, so the hell with that.
It's been like that over here, man. It's been freaking insane. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
So much snow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I've been having a couple of weird little spiritual experiences. I haven't taken the Aya for a while. I've been trying to take some stuff to like have more dreams and whatnot. But it's interesting because whatever entities there are, I think they are trying to communicate with me. As far as whether they're grays or not, I have no idea. But so far, so good. It really has been, it's rather interesting because I've gotten this couple of little things come into my mind the past few days. And then as we were listening to Robert talk about masonry, I remembered this one book that I have called it's called The Key to Solomon's Key by Ron Milo DeCat. And one of the well, there's a couple of things in here, but a couple of things is, one of them is that it is our duty to master and redirect the lower forces to constructive ends. And another one is, as we are raised, so must we raise. It is our duty to master and direct the spirits beneath us. We must also, as we advance, make sure they advance as well if they choose to do so. So it's been making me kind of think, maybe we're here on a rescue mission to rescue everything. Because obviously the Archons and Yaldabaoth and even Sophia don't know what the hell they're doing. So
that's a good point, man. I've never thought about it like that, but I love the way you said that. It's our responsibility to guide the lower vibrations. We're told to stay away from them. We're told to fear them, all of that. But you're right. I mean, if we are the masters of the reality, then we're the masters of everything in the reality.
Yeah. And as far as because I know, one of the things I'm going to be trying to do with this year is I'm actually going to be trying to start a charity for the purpose of helping nonviolent felons and drug addicts who are leaving prison and reentering society. Because what I'm finding, especially in a place like here, because I'm in Nebraska and it's Midwest conservatism, what I'm finding is a lot of the policies that are pretty harsh against those people. These policies are created by baby boomers, conservative baby boomers, and I mean I've talk to legislative staff, and I mean, I got to tell you, sometimes I'm being pretty damn firm. I mean, I'm still polite, but some of these fuckers, pardon my language, don't know their head from a hole in the ground. And the fact that, I mean, you get somebody who's a drug addict doing something like meth or heroin, they're doing it because they've been traumatized and they need empathy. They don't get thrown into a fucking cell and then after they get out being told that they're a felon for the rest of their life and therefore they can't have a job or a normal life. That's just insane. So, I mean, I know Nebraska's only got a little over 1 million people, but I mean, if I can help get marijuana legalized, I think that'd be a good thing to do, because there's a lot of people here in this state who want to get it legalized. But again, it's those fucking narcissistic baby boomers who, you know, they want to stick to their tradition, but yet at the same time, you know, I mean, it's just, it pisses me off because there's like so many rumors. You talk to some of these people and it's like, oh yeah, this or that legislator, they're all about, you know, keeping marijuana illegal. But then at the same time, you hear that they're, you know, choking up out when they, you know, go to their fucking beach house or whatever, their lake house.
Right.
They're smoking it. They're doing all kinds of shit. It's like, well, wait a minute. And that hypocrisy just fucking enrages me.
Well, if nothing shows the hypocrisy more, think about this. In Washington, D.C., cannabis is legal. In Washington, D.C., in the District of Columbia. But it's not legal federally? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's like, yeah, it's one set of rules for us, another set of rules for them. And the thing of it is people have to start standing up. I damn near got into a fist fight with a fucking pastor a few weeks ago because the motherfucker, he was some guy you knew from church way back when. And I openly sat there and I said, well, you know, you do realize Jesus Christ openly says we're supposed to follow in his footsteps and become Christ in our own right. And we can even be greater than he. And the motherfucker started quoting scripture. I started quoting scripture. And I mean, it was just like, it got kind of tense, but I was like, I'm not fucking backing down. I know that I'm the one in the right. I know that I'm righteous. And that's the thing. It's like so many people were so afraid to stand up for what's right. And yet that's what the ayahuasca tells us to do. That's what raw consciousness tells us to do, is to stand strong so that we can raise ourselves up and raise up others, because there's a lot of people who they're raw consciousness, but they're so clouded by propaganda, by trauma, by all this bullshit of living in this matrix, that the only way they're going to wake up is if we wake them up. And there's NPCs who are suffering, and there's no reason for them to suffer. We got to help them stop suffering too. So yeah, we're on a motherfucking rescue mission.
We are. I love everything you said, Nick.
Every one of us used to an aya.
You're totally on point, man. 100%. Yeah. I could feel the energy, man. It's fucking awesome. You rock, man. As soon as you get the website set up for whatever you're working on, let us know. We'll be more than happy to promote it. You know, run it on TFR and things like that. So, yeah, it sounds like you're.
Well, I'm still working on getting the paperwork done. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still working on the paperwork and stuff like that. I'm still debating whether, there's a lot of stuff that I'm trying to figure out. It's just a matter of being patient and being consistent and disciplined. And we all really need to, you know, do that. We really need to become the warriors that we're meant to be. We need to be disciplined. We need to take that responsibility. We need to keep doing what's difficult and do it consistently, because it's not easy. It's not going to be easy. It's not supposed to be easy. If it was easy, we'd have had it done by now.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, 2019 is the year that we got to fucking push through to 2020, because when 2020 gets here, the shit's really going to hit the fan, and we all got to be ready. We got to be motherfucking ready.
We have to be ready.
Sorry about all the cussing.
No. You're absolutely right. I mean, I'm feeling it, dude. I mean, that's why I'm getting my body in order. I'm studying martial arts again. You know, the trainer, she looked at me and she said, "Your balance sucks." And I'm like, "Wow, you're right. I didn't realize this." You know, because I've never tried to balance on one leg before. And she's like, "No, all this is important. Everything is important. It all works together. You see these little bitty muscles right here? They haven't been working. The little tiny ones in the ankles." And she's like, all this has to be in balance. And when I heard that, I was like, shit, okay, it's balance all up and down the line. I mean, even the smallest detail. Yeah.
Well, you know, one of the things I read on Facebook about back problems, they say a lot of women have back problems because their glutes are weak. So, like, if they start doing squats with light weights, they'll actually improve their back problems.
See, what did I tell you, Cherie? Just yesterday, I said, you need to do 10 squats a day. Remember?
Yes.
And I was showing you how to do them? Dude, synchronistic, 100%. We just had this conversation.
Yep.
You rock, man.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to let you go because we're going to try to get to the rest of the callers.
Talk to the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
We love you, man.
Love you, brother.
Talk to you later.
All right, take care.
Thanks, Nick.
Take care.
Bye. All right.
All right, last caller from Tennessee.
I think it's Lucky.
No, it's Duck Sauce.
Oh, it is Duck Sauce.
Yes, Duck Sauce said that they were calling from 423.
Okay, cool. Duck Sauce, how you doing?
Duck Sauce, how are you?
Oh, I'm on. It's only been an hour.
Oh,
I
man.
lived through it. I made it.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
This is like talking to celebrities, man. You guys are celebrities.
Nah.
I'm almost got that celebrity nervousness going on. I'll try to work through it. Right.
What's on your mind tonight?
So, hey, I've been watching you guys since the eclipse, man. Watching your live shows and first time calling in. But I got 3 things that I want to touch on. I'll try to make it quick because, you know, it's a long night.
No, take your time. You're the last caller. You've been waiting for an hour for us. Take your time.
Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. The first thing, Chris, this is a personal thing, right? All right. So I want to thank you, man. I want to thank you. And the reason I want to thank you is because I hadn't laughed in years, right? For reasons, but I hadn't laughed in years. And it's that belly laugh that you have. I started practicing that. When I laugh now, I do a gut laugh, and it feels so good. It feels so good, man.
That is awesome, dude. That is so awesome to hear. Thank you for saying that. People always talk about my laugh, and they're like, "Oh, your laugh is contagious," and I'm like, I don't know what it is, but I know I feel really good when I laugh.
Yeah.
So I try to make other people laugh, and I make myself laugh. Sometimes I say a lot of dad jokes, and Cherie's like, you know, look, that's a dad joke. Okay, you're showing your age now with that joke. But other than that, I love to laugh.
No, man, it's true. I'm enjoying laughter once again, bro. It's because of you, man. It really is.
Thank you for saying
that.
So
the second thing I wanted to touch on. Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm just grabbing my heart, going, oh man, because it just, boom! I just felt the warmth right there. So go ahead.
Oh no, it's a beautiful thing, brother. It's a beautiful thing. All right. So the second thing I wanted to touch on. All right. So I saw your picture earlier tonight on Facebook, and I saw what was in your hand. And I made a comment on it, right? But Sheree put a little like a frowny face on it. And I was like, oh man, maybe they didn't take it the way that I meant it. So I just want to reiterate on that.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about. So
I think you were holding a handful of mushrooms.
Oh, no.
I say or not, but
yeah. I mean, well, it's a handful of.
All right.
Yeah, it's a handful of shiitake
mushrooms.
Shiitake mushrooms.
Of course.
I was going to say it could have been my mistake. Easily could have been my mistake. It's hard to tell from a photograph, right? But I grew up in Central Florida, and so all I'm familiar with, and hundreds of times have I tripped on shrooms. Now it's been 25 years since I tripped, but that's all good. But I had never seen those long, skinny mushrooms. They just don't grow like that down in Florida. And I can't profess to be an expert on mushrooms. There's so many different varieties. But I did, when I was living in Tennessee, I got the opportunity to sample some of those skinny, kind of longish kinds. I think they were grown in an aquarium or something. I'm not sure. I'd gotten enough to get like 3 doses, so I took 3 doses 3 separate times, and really contemplated the experience. And to be honest with you, man, it could have been if they were, I guess you call them homegrown, or there's probably a better word for it, or what, or if that's just the breed of them. It wasn't the same. It just wasn't the same. And I just wanted to. If it had been anybody else, I wouldn't have said a word. But I just wanted to throw out a word of caution there. Really give contemplation to what you're experiencing, because for myself, my experience on that particular variety, I was having a reaction to being poisoned. You know, I was tripping, sure, okay, well, but not the same. But it was like this. I called it a death trip at the time. A part of me was dying, and I was tripping on the death trip, and I wasn't dying like de facto, but that's what it felt like. And I recall the last time you had a live show, as best memory serves, y'all weren't really experienced with mushrooms too awful much. And it's a beautiful trip, man. It really, really is. But if you were to, by an unfortunate circumstance, get a hold of something that isn't quite right, that could really mess up your perception of them. So I just wanted to throw that word of caution out there.
Well, that's what I was crying about. I was like, oh, he felt like he was poisoned from something that looks exactly like that. Oh, that's not good. But that,
okay, so that's the frowny face.
Yeah, that was the frowny face.
So no, I totally understand, and you're right. I don't have very much experience with mushrooms. I've taken mushrooms a handful of times in my life, just simply because they haven't been available.
Right.
These are like some Brazilian stuff that is some kind of special strain. I don't know. I didn't get the details. I mean, I did get the details. I just didn't remember the details. But I'm pretty confident that we will have a great experience.
Yeah, me too.
But you're right. There are a lot of mushrooms, especially when you're out picking mushrooms. They have lookalikes that are poisonous. So you can take some.
Oh yeah.
In Texas, they used to call them dickheads because they look like dicks coming out of the ground. But there were
we've got those in Florida, and you don't eat those.
Yeah. And so there's some that look like magic mushrooms, but they're really not.
Mm-hmm.
So I totally get it. You're absolutely right about that.
And in Florida, the way that we always knew, and no exaggeration, hundreds of times. Been out in the field night and day, so hot in the sun, I'm using an umbrella. That's a myth. They don't grow in the sun. They do. But the 2 things I always looked for: one, if they were open, like if they had bloomed, then they had a cap, a skirt, I called it, underneath them. A skirt. It was a membrane, so when they were just like a little nugget, a bulb on top of the shaft, I guess, if you will, before they opened up, that membrane's closed and they open up and then it tears and that little skirt is left on the stalk. So that's one thing you look for, but that's not definitive. The second thing you look for is you just give them a little squeeze, the stalk or something like that. Don't pinch them with a finger. No, you give them a little squeeze. And if they bruise purple, all right, that's a winner.
Yeah.
All right, so that's how it was in Florida. So it's just that word of caution I wanted to throw out there, just so you guys didn't get off on something that may or may not be as beneficial as it could be.
I appreciate that, because you know what?
We really do.
After the show, I was going to take 5 grams. Like, screw it, 5 grams. I mean, that's that's the starter dose for the pros.
Right.
But you're right. I should probably start with, a gram and see what it is, and then eat, the other 4 later in the night instead of just swallowing 5 grams all at once. So I'm glad you called in.
Right on. I don't know anything about weights. I don't know how you weigh them. Like, I don't know. In Florida, bloody cow pastures are everywhere. I've gone out and taken a city bus 20 miles and come back with a grocery bag full of mushrooms.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Oh, it's amazing stuff. But one thing, if you ever try cooking them, here's a tip, something I learned over time. Never let the water boil. All right, treat it like you would tea. You heat the water, and if it gets a little foam on top, that's cool. But don't let the water boil. And use a spatula, squish it down, and the less, if you don't want to drink a 32-ounce cup, use less water. I got it to where a shot glass, literally a shot glass, will a beautiful experience. The third thing I wanted to touch on, and it kind of morphs into this. I tried to ask this question in a YouTube chat earlier. I don't know if I was making sense, or I don't know if people were understanding. And to my understanding, Shri is kind of more the chemist in the family, so it might be directed a bit more her way. It has to do with DMT, all right? And forgive me my ignorance on this. I've never used DMT, and I've never used ayahuasca. But, okay, so to my understanding, with cannabis and with ayahuasca, using y'all's own words, there's two components of what you call the helper and the healer, right? And to my understanding, the helper gets the body prepared, the mind, the body prepared for the healer to do what it needs to do.
No.
It's the other way around.
It's the opposite. The ayahuasca vine.
Okay, it's the other way around.
Yeah, the ayahuasca vine is the healer. And that's actually the MAOI, which prepares the stomach for the DMT-containing plant, which is usually chacruna, acacia, mimosa, etc.
It turns off the
that's
acids.
considered
Yeah.
the helper. So it's backwards to me too. Like when I first heard about this, I was like, no, that's not. I don't see how that works. But then when I actually started working with them, I'm like, oh, okay, I can see the ayahuasca vine is the healer. Now let me do a quick plug for Aya Life, which is the ayahuasca vine and CBD oil all combined together, and you can get that at ayalife.com, ayalife.com. We haven't mentioned it at all during the show, but yeah, go ahead.
All right, and with my understanding of cannabis, and I'm a long time smoker my whole life, and on and off and whatnot. But I've really been giving it contemplation recently, and I have a distaste for the cannabis that has the really high THC content and very little CBD content. And to my understanding, and I just like the ayahuasca, I could have this completely backwards. The THC relaxes the mind and the body to allow the CBD to do what it needs to do.
Yes,
and
that is on point. Yeah.
Okay. And so I see these the kinds that you get at the distilleries and whatever, and they got like 15% THC and point nothing CBD, and I'm like, man, dude, that can't be healthy for you. And whenever I smoke a really high content THC, just kind of makes me psychotic. It weirds me out, it's not doing anything good for me. And where I'm going with all of this is to DMT, something I know nothing about. So my question is, much like the cannabis with the really high THC content and the really low CBD content, is smoking DMT kind of the same thing, where you're not getting the two components that really should be working in unison?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. They actually did studies, and I don't want to interrupt Chris because I know Chris is about to say something just now, but I want to get this out while I can. They did a study. It was Dr. Edie Frexke did a study about ayahuasca and DMT combined, and he said when you just have the DMT, that doesn't do all that much. But when you add the ayahuasca vine to it, when you add that MAOI, for some reason, it activates what's known as a sigma-1 receptor in the body. It's not just in the brain, it's throughout your entire body. And that's where you get the magic. That's where the magic happens on a biochemical level. It levels out so many things with just that one receptor, the sigma-1 receptor, that it helps against Parkinson's, it helps against dementia, it helps against all kinds of cancer, diabetes, heart disease. I mean, so many different things and he said it's incredible. The sigma-1 receptor is barely ever activated on a good level. It's by all these different chemicals and pharmaceutical drugs and things like that. They're always attacking the sigma-1 receptor, whereas the ayahuasca and DMT, when you combine those two, for some reason, it activates it in a good way that it acts as a preventative for so many different things that have nothing to do with the brain even, that, I mean, it is incredible. And you don't get that benefit with just smoking DMT. And I know that for me anyway, I would much rather go through the extra steps and go through the extra fasting and all that, and have the full-blown ayahuasca and DMT experience rather than just smoke DMT. Emotionally, all of that it's kind of absent in the pure DMT experience. And if you look at it from another perspective, this girl, she did pharmahuasca, and even pharmahuasca, where she did take an MAOI, but then she swallowed the crystal salt of DMT instead of actually brewing a plant with DMT in it. And when she purged, she said it was a very dry spiritually experience. It was very dry, and she didn't really get anything out of it emotionally or spiritually. And she said when she purged, it was cubes. It looked like cubes coming out of her mouth. And I can attest to that. Whenever I smoke DMT, it's a very geometrically, square kind of experience. Everything is like squares, and geometric patterns are very square-like with rough edges. And then whenever I do ayahuasca, everything's really flowy and like water or like vines, going around and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, natural. Absolutely.
What do you think?
All right. Well, very cool. What's that?
What do you think? I know you've never tried it, but does that make sense to you?
Oh, absolutely it does. And the reason I really wanted to ask is, I hear about people that I smoking the DMT and, I had this bling, whatever, and my mind wouldn't settle on it. And I'm thinking, that's like not the whole package. And much like I was coming to the conclusion with cannabis, that's not the whole package. So I'm not going to look at people who say I smoke DMT like, well, you're a crackhead, but there will be that little nugget of, well, you're not, I don't think you're getting the full story. And so I have to, if I hear somebody talking about, well, I smoke DMT, I have to kind of weigh that into it. So yeah, excellent. Very cool. It is as I understood it. I had the helper in the thing wrong on the ayahuasca, but the DMT we got. Well, cool.
Awesome. You rock, brother. Thank you for being with us on the journey. Thank you for calling in this evening. We love you, man.
Yeah, man. And thank you for your laughter.
Awesome. So I'm gonna do that though. I'm only gonna take half a gram, maybe a gram to start out with. Make sure that it's not poisonous, and then go from there. But they were grown with love, and there was a lot of time put into them from the people we got them from. So
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think they would put all that effort into. I mean, unless they just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, or they don't care.
Yeah.
But I think they care.
I totally didn't mean to disrespect the mushrooms, because I am a fond respecter of mushrooms. It just, like I said, my experience with them, when I saw them, I was like, oh, crap. Just a warning, that's all. Just weigh it out, feel it out. If it doesn't feel natural and flowing, then maybe it is something to do with that breed or that variety.
Awesome.
It's just a thought.
Thank you so much for the tip.
Well, very cool. Y'all have a great night.
Take care, man.
You too.
All right.
Right
we
on.
have
Good night.
one more caller we will get to, and then that's it. We gotta wrap it up.
Yeah.
It's 111.
Ooh, 111.
111.
I
All
like
right.
that.
Let's go to Cedar Rapids. 319. You're on the air. What is your name and what is on your mind?
Hey, Chris, Shree. My name's Alex.
Alex,
I'm,
nice to meet you, Alex.
Right now, it's nice to meet you too. Thank you guys for fitting me in. This is sorry, phone line's been cutting in and out every now and then, but I really appreciate it. I just wanted to kind of, I guess, end on like one question I've been having, and I think others have been having the same question too. Sort of question, I guess, but just I guess like what's your guys' I guess opinion on what would be like on about Journey's End, pretty much. And I guess what would be, because reality as we know it is kind of convoluted as we see it, and so just as to what it would be kind of like in your guys' opinion when we're out of here, and I guess how to prepare more for that, because it feels like it's coming sooner and sooner.
So the end of the journey. Well, if there's anything I've learned through my experience is that the journey is the most important part. And I've broken down a lot of the secrets of the universe to myself by going on the journey. And then when I got to what I perceived to be the end, I mean, there's still so much more, but when I got to the end of at least that chapter, I started to get kind of a depressed kind of feeling, because I'm like, well, crap, now I'm coming back and I know everything is bullshit. But then a whole new door opened up. So we never really know, because it's an ever-evolving journey, and more doors open up as we move along. The very end of this, I think it's kind of like a circle. It goes right back to the beginning. And if we did plug ourselves into this machine in one form or another, whether it's through some kind of technology that's implanted in our heads, or our consciousness was inserted into a machine, either way it goes, I think we are going to find ourselves at the beginning when we get to the end. And at that point, then we're at, base reality again. Maybe that's a good term we should start using, base reality. And then at that point, maybe we'll decide, hey, base reality sucks. Let's go through that machine again.
Yeah, but this time
let's fix it. So it's a little funner next time we go.
Let's make sure we take out some of the elements that made it so terrible.
But it's the journey that's the most important. And I was just talking to a friend of ours yesterday, and I said, you know what I really miss the most is the innocence, the awe, the wonder, oh wow, what's back? What's in the 9th dimension? What's in the 13th dimension? The awe and the wonder is something that is important, and we forget about that because we're so anxious to get to the end that we forget about the journey.
It's like an Ouroboros, where it's a snake eating its own tail, and we're coming around to that tail part, and we forget that at the tail part, it's also the beginning part. It's also the mouth part where everything starts.
But the thing is, if we have to come back and do it again, we come back and we do it again better.
Yes, exactly.
With more wisdom.
Well, more wisdom and less mistakes.
Yes. And the journey gets better and better and better as we start to grow more and more and more. I don't know what's at the end of this.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of at the beginning is
I definitely feel like we're... Yeah, I definitely feel like we're here. We put ourselves here for a reason, and whether it's to I don't know, experience something completely different, or whether it's to learn to be more responsible creators. I mean, it's a giant question,
I think you hit on something key. I started doing a series of videos talking about some experiences that I had, but I haven't been able to really say it's gnosis, but I think that this is kind of like a test. I mean, at least the theory that I was working on at the time is that this is a test for the creators to go through here, to experience everything. So when we actually get back to base reality, we've gone through everything, removed all of the flaws from ourselves, so we can exist in base reality as creators and not fuck up base reality. Because if we fuck this world up, it's not a problem. It's just a simulation. If we fuck base reality up, then it's permanent.
Yeah, right. You're right. So we don't experience the same things that we are experiencing here with all these tragedies and all, whatever everybody's disagreeing on a day-to-day basis and getting caught up in,
Yeah, exactly. What do you think, sweetie?
I think that we're going to be very busy for the next 3 to 4 years, and we still have a lot of work to do before. And somebody just asked in the chat, and I was just writing. It was Eminem. She said, is all this supposed to end in 4 years? Is that, where we're headed? And I said, well, in a sense, yeah, but there's more work to be done before that can happen. And I don't know if it's going to be the end of this reality. I don't know if it's going to be I don't think it will. I think it's going to transform this reality back to, it's kind of like a reset back
Well,
to.
there's all kinds of strange shit happening.
Yeah, there
Okay,
is.
so when we went to Egypt, Frank called us over there, and he said, dude, I found this in this book. He's like, Tashi Ra, the two that are one, they're going to go to the pyramids, they're going to activate the pyramids. When we came back, he said, in this book, what it talks about is when this happens, it's going to activate other pyramids, and it's going to start a melting of the polar ice caps because there's a pyramid in Antarctica. That's exactly what we're seeing
getting
now, this polar vortex and all this shit. Now,
yep.
there's something interesting happening on Monday, too. Sirius is going to go dark for the first time ever.
Oh, like the star system?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
The North Star is going to go dark for.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they say an asteroid's passing by it.
I thought that was Polaris.
Let
me see.
It's Sirius. I'm pretty sure it's Sirius. I'll look it up real quick.
Okay.
Sirius
that's what they say. There's an asteroid going by.
Oh
never
yeah,
really know.
That's creepy.
Not the North
it is
Star.
Sirius.
I meant the brightest.
Oh, the
star.
brightest star
Yeah.
is Sirius. Yeah, the dog star.
The dog star.
Okay.
It's going dark for the first time.
Well, that's
Ever.
astrologically relevant to me because, according to the astrologers going back hundreds of years, they would talk about Sirius. This is from in modern Arabia, Suhail, the general designation for bright stars. The late Finnish poet Zacharias Topelius accounted for the exceptional magnitude of Sirius by the fact that the lovers Zulamith the bold and Salami the fair, after 1,000 years of separation and toil while building their bridge, the Milky Way, upon meeting at its completion, straight rushed into each other's arms and melted into one, so they became the brightest star in heaven's high arch that dwelt, great Sirius, the mighty sun beneath Orion's belt. And that's about to go dark for the first time.
Yeah. And Duck Sauce brought up a good point. If it's a star that's millions of light years away, it would only go dark for a millisecond as an asteroid moves by.
Right.
But it's
how long is it going to go dark?
I'm looking that up right now. But
that's interesting.
That is really interesting, though.
So,
yeah.
And it has to do with Thoth too. Great prominence is given to Sirius on the square zodiac of Dendera, where it is figured as a cow recumbent in a boat with head surmounted by a star, and again immediately following as the goddess Sothis, which is Isis, accompanied by the goddess Anjet, with two urns from which water is flowing, emblematic of the inundation of the rising of the star. But in the earlier temple service of Dendera, it was Isis Sothis at Philae Isis Sati or Satit, and for a long time in Egypt's mythology, the resting place of the soul of that goddess. So Sirius is supposed to be the resting place of Isis's soul.
It's going to go dark for 2 seconds. So maybe it is millions of light years away. It very well could be.
That's a favorable star.
Could be completely wrong about the cosmology of this matrix.
Plutarch made distinct reference to this, although it should be noted that the word Isis at times also indicated anything luminous to the eastward, heralding sunrise. Later it was Osiris, brother and husband of Isis, but this word also was applied to any celestial body becoming invisible by its setting. Thus its titles noticeably changed in the long period of Egypt's history. As Thoth, and the most prominent stellar object in the worship of that country, its heliacal rising was in the month of Thoth. It was in some way associated with the similarly prominent sacred ibis, also a symbol of Isis and Thoth. For in various forms, the bird and star appear together on Nile monuments, temple walls, and zodiacs. Sirius was worshipped too as Sihor, the Nile star, and even more commonly as Sothi and Sothis, its popular Greco-Egyptian name, the brightly radiating one, the fair star of the waters, but in the vernacular was Sept, Sepet, Sopet, and Soptit, said, and Sot. Upon this star was laid the foundation of the canicular, Sothic, or Sothiac period named after it, which has excited the attention and puzzled the minds of historians, antiquarians, and chronologists. Sir Edwin Arnold writes of it in his Egyptian Princess, and when the star of Kneph has brought the summer round, and the Nile rises fast and full along the thirsty ground. The Egyptians always attributed to the dog star the beneficial influence of the inundation that began with the summer solstice.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it has to do with the Nile, it has to do with Isis, it has to do with Thoth, it has to do with so much Egyptian stuff that it's interesting that this is happening within a year after we went to Egypt and reset the Matrix and drank ayahuasca in the Great Pyramid
I don't know.
and the Temple of Isis.
Like I tell people when it comes to Egypt, it was we either reset the Matrix or it was one of the most elaborate fucking psychedelic experiences in the history of the world. Any way it goes, there's some epic shit that went down.
Yeah, but we didn't hallucinate flooding, historic flooding in Cairo.
That's true. 3 days of flooding. Yeah. Anyways, let's go back to the
caller.
All
right, back to the caller.
What is what's on your mind, bro?
Oh, well, that's pretty much it. I mean, like, I guess it just makes you think of about like what other things are at play that we can't, really see, and like just makes you also think about, things that are happening, so-called, millions of miles away and everything, millions, trillions of light years away. That no matter what you believe, I guess that it just makes you think that there's some other stuff in the background going on at play, and maybe even right now it's, as above, so below. Like there could be something going on up there too, or that there was. I have no idea, but just makes you think. And I mean, I really hope you guys, get on the track to figuring that out, I guess, because, you guys seem to know a little more truth than most others.
Thank you for saying that. And I promise you this, anything we figure out, we will definitely share with each and every one of you.
Yes.
We're all on the journey together. And I'm fired up again. People were saying that in the chat, like, hey, Chris seems fired up. And I am, because I feel the second part of this coming on now. It's not the end. It's the beginning of the next chapter. So here we go. Hey, thanks for the call, man.
It feels never ending.
I know.
Yeah, I love you guys. Thank you very much for fitting me on in 111.
Love you, man, for sure.
Love you.
Take care. And, that's what I want to say to everybody, that it's the journey. It's the beginning, the end. It's all of it all put together. It's all equally as important. And don't be too eager to get to the end, because at the end, there's a slope that goes downwards, but then comes back up, and we're here for the duration of all of this, and so we're here until it's finished.
Yep.
And with that knowledge too, with understanding the mission, like M called in and she said, I can feel my mission. And when you understand your mission, when you understand what you're tapping into, then you have this element where fear is removed from you, because you can't freaking die. Until it's finished. You don't die until you say you're gonna die. Like, all right, that's it. I'm done. I'm going. That's the only time, and it's so freeing. Like, remember, I slammed on the brakes on the freeway.
Yeah,
I slammed on the brakes on the freeway.
We were having a bad day.
We were having a bad day. We were arguing in the car, and she was, and I was like. And I was like, all right, fuck it. I'm just going to sit here and listen to it. So I pull over to the side of the freeway and I stop, but I'm going still a little bit too fast. And so I don't slam on the brakes. I mean, I try to come to a slow stop, but it wasn't as slow as it should have been. The car flies this way. It spins around 3 times, flies the other way, all the way across 4 lanes.
Fishtails everywhere.
Yeah, cars are coming up behind us, and I'm like completely and totally freaking cool during the whole thing, and I'm like that. Finally, we pull the car off to the side on the shoulder like this, and I'm like, all right, let's continue, please. As if nothing happened. And we shouldn't have been arguing like that, and I shouldn't have slammed on the brakes. However, it was that cool and calm feeling of nothing bad can happen. I mean, we spun around 3 times on the freeway with cars coming up behind us, landed the car perfectly on the other side on the shoulder, as if we had just parked there. And my heart rate didn't even increase.
No, it didn't.
Because that's how much I know that we're here until it's finished. And it's not finished yet. So we're still going to be here. So remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that you're here.
You're here
until it's finished.
And you're here for a reason.
Yeah.
And nothing can change that unless, you really, really want that to change. But nothing can just take you. Yeah. And I really believe that. Especially if you have a mission here, it's not going to end until that mission is accomplished. So don't worry so much.
Yeah, we were at
existentially.
We were at some friends' houses, and I had to go to the ATM, and he's like, "Oh yeah, there's one down the street." He's like, "Dude, be careful though; it's really ghetto." I'm like, "Dude, I almost got kidnapped in the freaking desert."
Actually,
a few meth heads on the corner is not going to faze me.
Actually,
I promise you.
one of the guys that was there too, he said, "Dude, they just got back from Egypt. I think they can handle it."
But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Don't be stupid though.
Yeah, don't be dumb. Don't step out in traffic or anything. But
it's not like It's not like I intentionally said, "All right, I'm gonna slam the brakes and spin the car out." It was
right.
It was.
It's like, oh well, that sucks.
I wasn't stopping fast enough.
Yeah.
But that's why the energies were there, and we're like, all right, look, you made a mistake. Let's spin the car around over here. All right, keep these cars back here, land them over here perfectly. They'll be fine.
And they're rolling their eyes at us.
No problem. Now, if I go step in front of an 18-wheeler, then yeah, of course.
Yeah, they can't stop that.
Yeah.
But yeah, just be smart, but don't worry so much existentially about your existence, because it's not going to end until it's time.
Right.
So.
And once you break those chains, then the game changes. It really does. And remarkable things happen. So,
one more thing. Eminem said, will we be free of the debt matrix from, debt slavery and all of that when this is all said and done? And I said, we're going to be free of whatever binds us to this matrix if we claim it, but you have to claim it. It's right there for you, but you have to tell the universe, this doesn't hold me anymore. This doesn't have any control over me anymore. And then it happens.
I've run several businesses in my time. Carpet cleaning, flood restoration. I made a lot of money doing that. I mean, $10,000 in 2 days sometimes, and then all paid from the insurance. But I never really stopped to ask myself, how can I help people? How can I make people's lives better? It wasn't until I started asking myself those questions that I really started to feel secure in my financial situation and also in what I was doing. So when we started iLife, when we started TFR, ialife.com, ayalife.com, the CBD oil, TFRlive.com, the radio station. Those were all acts of, okay, I want to help people. I want to do something to help people. At that point, then things started really falling into place. So we have to start thinking in that dynamic too of how can we improve other people's lives? And when we do, our own lives will improve too. If you start a business with the mindset of, I want to make $1 million, you might, maybe, but it's not going to be satisfying.
No.
But if you start a business with a mindset of, I want to help people, it's going to be successful. That's the way I see success is how many people are you helping?
Right. Right. Well, and somebody just said in the chat, it was, who was it? Debbie, the caller from earlier. She said, "Sheree, you look great." And I said, "Thank you." But, honestly, throughout the last year, the only thing that's been constant in my body has been iLife. And that's the only thing that I'm in the best shape that I've been in 15 years. And iLife is really the only constant. And that was born out of you wanting to help me. And that, I really credit that with, the way that I look and the way that I feel and, how much alive I am compared to.
Yeah. So don't ask yourself, how can I make money? Ask yourself, how can I help people?
Yep. Exactly.
And it all changes.
Everything will fall into place.
Yeah.
With the right mindset.
it's a pretty cool journey. And, you know, when it comes to death and things like that, I mean, I followed the advice of Dave Ramsey several years ago, and it was kind of rough. His advice was get rid of your credit cards. Stop paying them.
Yep.
Simple. Car got repossessed.
Yeah.
Credit cards, all that stuff. I got lucky in the sense that I didn't get sued. My sister got sued.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened. She let a credit card go. So I can't say that that's the best advice, but, you know, I went through a whole period of having really bad credit. Now my credit score, I checked it the other day, was 9,005. I think it was not either 9,002 or 9,005. It was the code that comes up saying no credit history.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh, cool. My score is 9,005. And I looked it up. And I'm like, no credit history.
Oh, that means no credit history.
Right.
Right.
There's nothing on there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's a clean slate.
It's a clean slate. Yeah.
Right.
But it took a little bit of time to remove. And so, you know, we bought that Honda cash 8 years ago.
Yep.
Drove it for 8 years. Still driving it.
Still driving it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, you know, it's just choices like that, decisions like that. It's an older Honda. It's a 2003 Honda Pilot. And we got it in 2010. It was 7 years old. And now it's, 16 years old. But we took care of it, kept it in good condition. There's no payment every month.
Nope.
There's no credit card payments.
No one can take it away from us.
Nobody can take it away. Yeah. That makes a huge, huge, huge difference
in your
does. Life. It really does.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Sometimes there's things that we want just because we feel like it's what we want. And then it winds up working against us. I had a Dodge Ram Mega Cab. You remember that?
I remember the Ram.
I was paying $850 a month for it.
That's insane.
Yeah. $850 a month plus insurance. Insurance was like another $350. I'm like, what the hell? Why? Well, yeah.
And if somebody is saying, "Oh, well, I tried to help people, and all that ended up happening was they were, you know, just they just betrayed me," and I just want to say, you want to help people, but you have to weigh that out with how much can you help people right now, and are you expecting something in return? Are you expecting, you know, them to be beholden to you? Or are you expecting something other than, I just want to help people?
Well, not only that, but you have to be careful with who you help.
You have to be discerning with who you can help and who just wants to drain you.
Right.
You know, because we ran into that problem for several years when we first started doing the show. There are some people that don't really want help. They want to drain you of your energy.
Yeah, and they don't even know it consciously.
Yeah, no, they don't realize they're doing it.
That's what they do.
Yeah, and so you have to differentiate between who you can help and who you can't. And there are people out there, there's about equal, 50-50 of people that you can help and people who don't really want to be helped. And you also have to pick people who are going to help themselves as well. So discernment, growth, you know, these are all the things that we're trying to help people realize here at Beyond the Veil. And it has been an amazing first show back. And I'm so glad that we did this. And I'm so glad that we're back on the air and talking to all of you out there. We love you guys so much. And you guys have done so much for us tonight on an emotional and spiritual level, that on a raw consciousness level, that we thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Definitely. You know what I just realized? I forgot to program an end screen. Oops.
I guess it's just never going to end. We're just going to stay on air.
No, I have the end screen here, so I'm going to just play it on the monitor.
Okay.
So we can at least have an end screen.
Yeah.
For the YouTube video.
So, anything else you want to leave the audience with, baby?
No, that is it. Kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time is going to be. And thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you to all the awesome callers.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
you guys are incredible.
You guys freaking rock.
Yeah.
Such good energy. And real flow of energy. So,
yeah.
Love you guys, and we'll see you even further.
Beyond the veil.